shows we are recording and we are ready. If I could ask everyone to please rise for the invocation. Pastor Marshall Van Pelt with First United Methodist Church will lead us in the invocation, and please continue for the pledges. Thank you for being here, Pastor.
Would you join me in prayer? Lord God, thank you for this day, and thank you for all of us gathered here. We ask that you remind us of our common humanity this morning, and you remind us of our responsibilities to the truth, our responsibilities for fighting for the dignity of all the residents of Nueces County, those that fell asleep last night under the stars, in a bed, or elsewhere. And we ask, as we draw together, that where emotions run high, you would help clarify for what our needs are and what our wants are, and that you would help peace reign in this courtroom today, and help constructive compromise happen in the way that only you can ring. And we ask all of these things in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. The American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I am the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. It is Wednesday, October the 8th. We are in the Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom at 901 Leopard. I certify that all commissioners and the county judge is present, and it is 9:06. I will call this meeting to order. Do we have any announcements of disclosure of conflict of interest? If there are any, if you wish to do so now, state. And commissioners, if not, you can also do so at the time the item comes up. So now moving on to item E, I will open the public hearing. It is 9:06. We are going to the public hearing on the Nueces County Commissioners Court will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, October the 8th, 2025 at 9 a.m., 9:06, in the Nueces County Commissioners Courtroom, 3rd floor, Nueces County Courthouse, 901 Leopard Street, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78401, to receive public input regarding abolishing the office of Justice of the Peace, Precinct 1, Place 2, December 31st, 2026, to be effective as of the end of the current office holder's term. I believe we have several people signed up to speak. I will remind you that, the comments are 3 minutes long. And I will call James Miles up first.
Hello. Well, in regards to closing the Justice of the Peace office, I think this is a decision that affects a lot of people's lives, has a real meaningful effect. The Justice of the Peace offers one of the most accessible forms of justice and access to a court for our residents, especially for our rural residents. I feel that 1 week notice just isn't enough time. If this is for fiscal or budgetary reasons, I feel like we need to have a more comprehensive assessment, take a look at everything, all of the Justice of the Peace. I think we really just need more time to collect data, especially for transparency and more community input. Yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Rogelio Rushman.
morning, County Judge and Commissioners. I'm here today to provide my, I believe, unique perspective on the JP courts. Currently, I'm a juvenile case manager in the courts. Also, I'm a candidate for the office in the upcoming election. I believe keeping the court open will definitely be a great service to the community, because what I see mostly is a lot of people calling for mental health warrants in our community. Judges aren't always available, whether they're in court, sitting on the bench, at training. So having that other office available is definitely a benefit to the community. We get so many phone calls for mental health warrants, people needing assistance, needing help with their family and loved ones. So that is a great service that they do provide. Also, that court is one of the few courts that does hear truancy. So if that is abolished in December, that does kind of cut in the middle of the school year. So that is a big issue with those cases that are going to be managed by that court. I'm not sure if there's a plan also to where those will go, how they will be followed up with, how those students will be monitored. That is a huge concern that I have for the parents and the students that are going to be going to that truancy court and that office. Also, that office has been able to sit in on other judges' benches when they do have family emergencies. Recently, we had some judges that had to leave for some family emergencies, and that office was able to step up and hear their cases that were already set. So it allows other offices to still be consistent in hearing their cases and keeping a pretty good process with keeping their cases heard and helping them out. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I have a question for Jeannie, if you don't mind. I don't know if this is a time, can we make a motion to table this, even the hearing at this time, because the public.
It's a public
I
hearing.
understand, but can we, I don't know if can we do that or not?
I don't believe it would be a table motion. I think it would be more like an immediate adjournment. But you're in a public hearing,
Yeah,
so.
Agenda item following this, but I guess at that time we can make a motion to table that
Yes.
agenda item.
Yes.
So, okay, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, next up, Robert Gonzalez.
Morning, Judge. Morning, Commissioners. My name is Robert Gonzalez. I'm the JP in Precinct 5, Place 1 in Robstown, western part of the county. Thank you for allowing me to be here. We're here just to make sure, let you know that I am a JP in Precinct 5, but I'm also the director, the state director for JPCA for the region. I make sure we monitor and educate over 150 judges, 100 constables, and all their clerks that go with it in conjunction with JPCA. In that, that's some of the expertise that we have. We worked diligently in the legislature, at this past legislature, which was 2 sessions in reference to judges' issues and constables' issues. We were able to block a lot of them, except for a couple of them. In reference to the court that we're addressing at this point in time, the abolishment, I firmly believe that we're requesting that you do not abolish any judge at this point in time or constable, because we are the tangibility between the people that they can talk to, as well as your courts, your commissioners' courts. We're the tangible persons that the people, normal people, can come and talk to. In reference to the court, it does a lot of things, not just evictions, credit card cases, magistrations, but we do a lot of warrants, a lot of stuff that you don't collect money from, mental warrants, peace bonds, protective orders, writs of execution, writs of possession. All of those are not documented in the OCA report, and not even threats. I get about 5 threats to my life a year for judgments that I make, and I'll be damned if I'm going to take one of them not seriously. But the OCA finally decided to record that on record so that we could have actual threats and be able to data on it so we could present it to the Supreme Court. So in reference to numbers, Precinct 1 carries anywhere between 12 to 15,000 cases, of which probably about 1,800 of them are evictions. Even in this calendar year, between all the judges, if you were to divide those evictions of 1,800 into 2 people, that's 900 evictions. Senate Bill 38 is going to change the parameters of evictions to having either for money or for evictions, for vacate. And I think those are things that are going to be game changers in reference to the eviction process. There's also going to be House Bill 97 and House Bill 2037 that are going to be important in JP court that JPs are going to rule. We follow very closely what the legislature says. We work conjunctly with Supreme Court and Court of Appeals in Austin. The legislature sit by our legislators, the bills are written by them, and we follow them to the T. If not, we will be reported to ethics. So in this particular kind, I tell you that abolishing another judge in this county would hurt our county, hurt the ability for people to have tangible to a judge and to an office. You can stack all the clerks you want in an office, but it's the judge who decides what happens in that ruling. They need the judge to be there. And if you go from 500 cases of evictions or maybe 5,000 cases to 7,500, that's a burden on your judge.
Thank you.
Judge, one more thing. I'd just like to touch the OCA report. I know that we follow those like they were the Bible. I have a document that I could show you, a spreadsheet just from my office.
You can leave it with our staff. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
But the time is up.
Thank you.
Okay. Lucy Rubio.
Good morning, Honorable County Judge and Commissioners. I am Judge Lucy Rubio, and I represent Precinct 1, Place 3. I'm in Annabelle, and I service the Clarkwood, Annabelle, and Killallen. I've been there for 7 years, and we take a lot of pride in our building, and we take a lot of pride in serving our people. We are the people's court. I am concerned in what you're wanting to do because we felt blindsided as judges because we did not know what was happening. And we would have liked to have been informed so we could have communicated with you guys and maybe had a comprehensive plan on what needs to happen with all the judges. Because there's some areas that are not being served correctly. Because one of the judges, and I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, however, they're barely making it. They barely make the salaries to pay for the judge and his staff. So there's some things that need to be told to all of you guys. And a comprehensive plan would have been the right move. So I'm just here to let you know that I am concerned because, again, we were blindsided. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for your commitment. But I wish that you would go ahead and make sure that we're all included in this. Because I know that one of the news, one of the commissioners made a statement that it was just not about the taking away the judge in Precinct 1, Place 2. It was about property taxes. So if that's what you're all about, we need to know what's going on. We need to know exactly what your plan is. And so we want to be included in that. Okay? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Xavier Fonseca.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Xavier Fonseca. Yesterday I sent out an email. I hope everybody was able to look at it, and I had a few questions and concerns to voice. So for the benefit of the attendees here that have interest, I'd like to read the body of that email and the questions. I was just made aware of discussions by the Nueces County Commissioners Court to abolish the Justice of the Peace for Precinct 1-2, and have concerns since I am a resident of Precinct 1, and further disclosure, I'm also the Democratic Precinct Chair in that precinct. My main concern is that the removal of JP 1-2 will adversely affect the residents that are currently being served by that judge. From what I understand, the removal is considered justified because Precinct 1 has 3 JPs, where the other precincts only have 1 or 2. I am troubled that there seems to be little or no effort to have a public discussion with the constituents to further explain the plan to abolish the position with data to justify this plan. And the questions I have are listed. Question 1, would population size of Precinct 1 help justify 3 JPs in comparison to the other precincts? Question 2, is there an average number of cases per precincts that would help your court justify removal of JP 1-2 or perhaps removal of a JP from another precinct and consolidate precincts which have lesser cases? Question 3, is there data about the typical number and type of cases in the different precincts which should be considered? Question 4, is there data pertaining to the current number of open and pending cases in the different precincts that would help determine JP's needs in the precincts? Bottom line, I guess, I just want to see, I'm asking, how is it beneficial to the area to have one less judge? And if it's about budgets, from what I understand, they charge for services and things. They do bring in some revenue, and that's another question. Is it that they bring in about half their salary amount or quite a bit more? From what I've seen, it seems that they bring in a lot more revenue than their salaries dictate. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senior Montala, if I said that correctly.
Hi, good morning. I do want to ask, after hearing some of this, I do want to ask that y'all consider holding off, kind of like what Jag was saying, maybe postpone, delay, or whatever, but to reconsider, looking into it more intently, seeing what really needs to be done throughout the county, not just automatically just eliminating somebody or a position or for this constituents. We do need this third court. If anything, rather than eliminating, we may find that we need more JPs. And that's something that we apparently wasn't even considered. And I would like to ask you guys to please consider doing a little bit more research, a little bit more, spend time with your JPs like your Bobby Gonzalez, Lucy Rubio, Joe Benavides, Thelma Rodriguez, all the other JPs that are around. This is important. This is really important. It's not something that should just be, we made a decision and this is it. If you choose not to, that would be very disappointing in your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Joseph Ramirez.
Good morning, Court. Thank you for having us here this morning. I wanted to start off by reading something that from To Kill a Mockingbird that has been widely cited as how our courts can be a great equalizer for the everyday person. It reads, "But there is one way in this country in which all men are created equal. That institution, gentlemen, is a court. It can be the Supreme Court of the United States or the humblest JP court in the land. Our courts are the great levelers, and in our courts, all men are created equal." As we know, the states, since the state's founding, JP courts serve as an accessible, community-based judicial officers. They're rooted in early frontier days. These officials were often the first and only point of contact and developing areas. There has been no discussion, no transparency when it comes to this, and I think that's the anger that you're going to feel for people that spoke before me and people that come after me. It wasn't data driven for sure, because there's no way that you can figure out how 2 + 2 became 4 on this issue. And like the quote said, these courts are the people's courts. This is the court. I mean, if people know Judge Santana, and while we're here, we want to thank him for his many years of service to the court. He's done a great job. People know Judge Lucy Rubio. You go out in Robstown, everybody knows Judge Bobby Gonzalez. they're not district court judges, they're not county court of law judges. People still call Commissioner Gonzalez Judge Jag because he left an imprint in these courts. And they know him, or they know these people, because this is the people's court. It's a court where you don't have to have the law degree to help the common people. And it's the court where people can go and find justice. So all we're asking is that you do something that's data-driven and not politically driven at this point. I want to end by asking, have you guys considered what the legal ramifications might be if you guys actually pass this in an unconstitutional matter and it gets challenged in the courts by the people, by the same people that you guys are offending, can come back and win this in an actual court? So please consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Dorothy Spahn. Span? Sorry, Span. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I am Dorothy Span. I'm Precinct Chair, Democratic Precinct Chair, Precinct 58. And I'm here to speak about the changing conditions, etc., in our neighborhood and the need for our continuing to have 3 justice of the peace in our area, 1-1, 1-2, and 1-3. We configure that there are about 180 citizens in our district. That's 1, 2, and 3 of 1. That's 180,000. And if we figure at 2024 population, which was 340,000, and then plus 100, we get 50.84% of the population. If we figure at current 25 population of 360,000, 180 is easy to configure at 50% of population. So you're addressing a number of individuals that are important to you. The area atmosphere is stable. The public citizens approve of the present arrangement. And a 6-year average shows of the 1,542 cases filed, 1,486 were closed. That's 96% of the cases. So they're doing their job well and earning their income. And repeating concerns shared with you, like lack of transparency, the failure to publicize this serious issue, the bad effect on too great a percent of residents. We areas earn less per capita. We areas cannot afford a lawsuit. We area members cannot afford to hire a lawyer. I've already tried that. We area residents often lack transportation. And there's been data lacking to fairly evaluate and make a decision. I plead with you on that. Please leave the 2 remaining overloaded. That would leave the 2 remaining overloaded and create an atmosphere designed to lower success from 96%. And I could go on, but I want to list the real reasons to keep your successful invention of 3 judges to serve this precinct 2. Here are some reasons to do that. We serve 50% of the population. We have a 96% success rate. Your voting public approves your invention. Your courage to embrace the uneven 3, forbidden or what, the different formula, allows us to live in an area serving those of us often feeling greater need and greater stress. Please consider our compliment to your success, allowing all of us to enjoy your success also.
And your
Remember,
time has
50%, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Where is my cane?
Christine Gallus.
My name is Christine Galis. I live in Corpus Christi, JP Precinct number 1. I found out about the discussion of the closure for JP Precinct 1 Place 2 Court on Friday, October 3rd. The hurried nature of this change caused me concern. This would be a reduction of vital services for about 180,000 residents of Nueces County. The reasons for this sudden proposal is very unclear to me. I think that such a reduction of services requires careful study and reasoned policy decisions based on a thorough study of current county requirements. I'm not aware that such studies have been conducted. I'm requesting increased transparency in this process. I think that a study of population needs of the entire county should be conducted before any policy decisions are made by this body. I'm requesting that the results of such a study be made available to the public and that at least 2 public hearings be held so that all justifications of decisions can be heard and all questions can be answered for me and my fellow residents. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ricardo Alvarez. Sorry, I'm not seeing much.
I'd simply like to speak on the behalf of students and other young people. The attitude and behavior towards this situation will set a precedent for our future, and I would simply like to remind you that to keep us in mind when you make a decision. Corpus Christi is a growing city. I love this city. A lot of us have lived here for most of our life. Just look at the data, right? This was too fast, too soon, and we need transparency on this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rogelio Reshman. Did that one already come?
Yeah, I spoke already.
You already spoke, yeah. It was like, was it on here twice? Yes. Jackie Herrera, sorry.
Hi, my name is Jackie Herrera. I represent Fortress Elevator, a local elevator company here in Corpus Christi. I'm here to speak about 3C1, the conditional selection of Ameritex elevator.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'll move you to the other agenda, but this is a public hearing on the JP court, so I'll put your name on the other public hearing. Okay. That's okay. Oh, and you signed up on that one too, so we're good. Caroline Koivula.
Good morning. I'm Carolyn Koivula. I want to speak this morning also about Precinct 1, Place 2. And I oppose eliminating this position at this time for several reasons. I wonder why almost no notice was given to us, and what's the rush on getting this done without public input. I wonder if a comprehensive study was done. How can you decide to eliminate a judicial position without a comprehensive study? We need to see the data. Nueces County has experienced significant population growth over the last 10 years, and this, I would think, would warrant more judges, not less. And much of that growth has been within the Precinct 1 area. Access to justice shouldn't depend on where a person lives or how much money they make. And eliminating Place 2 will create a burden for the people in that area. Also, was a comparative study done? We deserve to know how and why you decided on Precinct 1, Place 2. And finally, I wonder why you would want to make such a significant decision without holding public hearings. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Isabella Noyola Martin.
Good morning, Judge Scott, Commissioners Chesney, Gonzalez, Mottes, and Pusley. My name is Isabel Noyola Martin. I am here to address each one of you about my opposition to the court abolishing JP Precinct 1, Place 2. Posting a notice less than a week before taking action prevents the public from responding adequately. This was a rushed job, so rushed that it undermines trust and accountability, thus leaving much to be desired about this court's transparency. I was here earlier this week. I spoke to 3 of you, all who were in agreement with me that this agenda item was too rushed, with minimal data to make an informative decision today, let alone take this agenda item for a vote today. Having said that, without making mention of who I spoke to, because you know who you are, I am here to see if your honesty, your openness, your candor, and if your word stands true today as it did a couple of days ago. I don't know enough about each one of you nor your character, but as for me, my word is my bond. You know who you are, who haphazardly planned and rushed this agenda item for today without giving consideration to those of you on this court who stand to lose the most by moving forward in favor of this agenda item today. I'll leave you with this. The difference between you and me is that if I were an elected official, a county commissioner for that matter, I would be less self-serving and more of a true public servant. I pray that you do what's right and just for Nueces County, not just for a few, but for all. I thank you for allowing me to come before you.
Thank you. Joanne Beltran.
Good morning, Judge Scott and Commissioners. My name is Joanne Beltran, and I am here to talk about the elimination of JP 1-2. Commissioners Court should not eliminate an elected position without process, which should include enough prior notice for the public to respond. The citizens of Nueces County need more data presented in order to respond in a timely manner. More transparency requires reasonable notice and an opportunity to comment, especially when this could be serving thousands that are at stake. So I believe that we had not enough time to respond. My second point is the need of JP courts should not be eliminated. They should be expanded due to the more population in the county. There are many more areas that should be added instead of eliminated. Unless, of course, there was one reason why this one office was wanting to be eliminated, due to the reason that I feel that that specific room was wanted for another reason. And also, my last point is, the part about some JP offices are busier than others. Part of that reason is because the people that hear court hearings in those JP offices are judge shopping, court shopping, and that should not be the right way to do this. Alrighty, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. That ends the people that are here that signed up, but I have the former judge, Barbara Canales, online. She is asked to speak. She has a medical reason why she could not be here today, so I'm going to allow it. And then there was one other person that was online that wished to speak, so I will allow her to speak as well, since our policy states you must be present to speak on public comment or anything, but we're going to allow both of these ladies. So Judge Canales, if you're ready, please unmute.
Ma'am, I'm ready. Thank you so much this morning for allowing me the opportunity to visit with you regarding this public hearing, and I'm getting all the feedback. I'll try to do my best here, listening to myself. I really wanted to address the concept of Bexar County and the comment that was made in the newspaper that how extraordinary it was that Bexar County only had 4 justices of the peace courts, and here we are in Nueces County, which 9. And so I wanted to look at a deeper dive and really explain that there is no comparison. And I thought it would be helpful to understand some of those points as you make your decision. To begin, the population density of Bexar County is heavily concentrated in San Antonio, and it pales in contrast to our both urban and rural areas here in Corpus Christi, which is why we have JP courts in Bishop, Robstown, Agua Dulce, and on the in Puerto Rico. The Bexar County courts handle an extremely high volume, very narrowly defined dockets. They have an annual budget of over $7 million. Each court has almost 20 employees. It is vastly different in structure, in defined docket, in resources, in technology, and almost every other way. And no matter what you do today, I think it's critical that you use the right data to make decisions. And you already have heard from many concerned public citizens that you have some data that has been presented to you, but each and every time that data shows why you should not eliminate this JP court from its high efficiency and disposal rate of 96%, its annual collections averaging $239,000 over 6 years, and just the fact that the budget that you just passed offers a delta of only $100,000 if you eliminate this court. So there is no great savings. And in fact, equity demands, as our Constitution demands, that it's not optional to have access to our courts. And I believe that this court has demonstrated over and over that you too believe in transparency and reasonable notice, particularly when constitutional offices are at stake. So I would ask that you vote no on the elimination, and that at a minimum that you defer to a formal study with multiple public hearings and data presentation. This is the minimum standard for good governance before you alter any court structure. And in order to not hear this terrible feedback in here, I'm going to go ahead and email you some of the outline that I prepared on the contrast between Bexar County and Nueces County. But you should know it's apples and oranges.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you. Tina Butler, you have your hand up. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, and members of our community. My name is Tina Butler, and I'm here before you today to emphasize the essential reasons why we must retain the JP Court Precinct 1, Place 2 in Nueces County. This court is not just an institution, it is a lifeline for many residents, ensuring that justice is accessible, fair, and timely for all. Let us recognize the vital role of this court plays in our local judicial system. The JP Court serves as a convenient and accessible venue for resolving disputes, handling legal matters, and maintaining order in our community. Abolishing this court would disproportionately impact those with limited transportation and mobility issues. If you force many residents to travel farther, often with fewer resources, and making it harder for them to participate fully and equally in our justice system, the elimination of this court could mean longer wait times for hearings and decisions. Our local courts are already stretched thin with backlogs that delay justice for months on end. The JP Court helps alleviate this pressure, ensuring cases are heard promptly and efficiently. If we lose this court, we risk overwhelming our district courts even more, leading to repeated resets and extended delays that hurt everyone involved. There are also broader consequences to consider. Abolishing this court could undermine access to justice and equal representation, especially for minority voters and communities of interest. The Texas Constitution requires counties to maintain a certain number of justices of the peace based on population. Precinct 1, Place 2 was established in response to Corpus Christi's growth prior to 1995. In 1995, our population was 276,000. To date, it is 353,000. With this growth, the need for accessible courts is greater than ever. So why the need for abolishment? Is this move politically motivated in an effort to remove a Democratic sitting judge or shift representation before upcoming elections? We must be vigilant against such measures and ensure that decisions about our courts are made in the best interest of justice, not politics. The law is clear. Redistricting must occur in order to decrease the number of justices and must comply with the state and federal requirements, including the Voting Rights Act and the principle of one person, one vote. If these requirements are violated, such changes can be challenged in court. I urge you to vote no on abolishing the JP Court, Precinct 1, Place 2. Let us protect access to justice, uphold equal representation for minority voters, and ensure that our courts continue to serve the needs of all of our residents in Corpus Christi and Nueces County.
Thank you,
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And just a reminder for everyone, our Commissioners Court policy says you must be present to do public comment because we had a former judge on there, and Ms. Butler was signed up at the right time when she was online from the beginning. I allowed her to speak too, so we follow the rules, and there was a medical reason why the former judge couldn't be here, and I felt like her comment was necessary, so we don't make a habit of it, in other words. So, that being all of the comments for the public comment, we will close the public comment. It is 9:48. We have an agenda item on here I was going to pull up maybe and go ahead and address, but I've had another commissioner ask me that we may potentially want to take it into executive, so we won't pull it up, and we will just address it when we get to it on our agenda, for those of you sitting around waiting. Yes.
What's that for, Judge? Number 2, take it to executive?
Yes.
We're in open court now, though, right? I mean, you gonna make your motion, Judge?
Yes.
Oh,
You want, well, it's not up yet. I was going to pull it up early.
Why would we take it into executive?
You want to make whoever wants to make their motion first, whatever.
I'd like to at least be able to go to executive session.
He has some questions for our attorney.
You gonna make a motion or no?
I'd like to make a motion to table the whole thing until we can come back and look at how we're actually supposed to handle this thing.
Second.
I think,
What's the item? Yeah, you don't even call
Two.
the item.
382.
Item number 2.
So y'all don't even want to let us go to executive session and ask the questions that have been raised by the public?
You can ask them here in open court.
That's why you have.
You're tabling, so we can't ask anything, and
Motion's made.
that would be why I'd be opposed, because I do have a question on the timing on this, so I can't support that until we get more information.
This is what we're at because we didn't think about this thing. We rushed from last week to this week. I mean,
Your motion was to table. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. 3-2. So, and now would you like to make your motion to take it into executive?
I've got some legal
I
questions
do
based
too.
on what's been
Yes.
raised by the people. I need to ask the lawyers, so I don't know. There's good points made, so I'd like to go to executive session and ask the lawyers on it.
I will put it for executive for questions to be answered.
We're taking a vote or not?
I don't think we have to take a vote on executive, do we? Take a vote? No, but we don't take a vote on that. But for those of you in the audience, if you're waiting or if you have somewhere to be, we will bring the item to executive. That's usually around 12 o'clock when we break for executive, so it might be 1:30 before we come out with any information, just for those of you sitting there in all fairness. Moving on to regular public comment, item F. We have some people signed up. I'll let the room clear out a little bit before we let someone try to speak over. I just noticed the judge in here. We're still doing a meeting, guys. If we could get the room cleared, the conversations out in the hall, please. Okay, first, I think Christine Gallus did. I think she commented on the other. Maybe she signed up twice. Yes. Okay. Joseph Ramirez, he did also. Dorothy Span did. Ricardo Navarez. Rogelio did. Jackie Herrera, I know she was here. She walked outside. Do you want to walk outside and see if Jackie Herrera? She didn't. I think she misunderstood. For public hearing, does someone want to step outside and see if Jackie Herrera? She signed up for public comment on the wrong page, and now we're at that point. So I hate to pass her up because she stayed and she was here.
Jackie's indisposed for a few minutes. She'll
Okay,
be right
I'll
back.
ask again in a second. Suzanne Gallagher?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
I'm here this morning to, as usual, to talk about the ammonia plant, proposed ammonia plant. We recently were granted the contested case hearing, and we were very excited for that to happen. We understand it's not very common. We will continue our fight against this, I don't even know what to call it without being overly dramatic, this thing we do not want between our two communities. I personally have kind of a break in my lifeline. There was a time before the ammonia plant where I was pretty happy-go-lucky and felt I had a naive sort of trust that everything around me was working the way it should. And there's a timeline, and then there's a after that, where I have learned that a lot of things take place behind closed doors, where there are conflicts of interest. There are things happening that benefit some, but they do not benefit perhaps most or many of the constituents or members of community. I feel like what was just heard about abolishment of the Justice of Peace office, it plays exactly right into that. Something that is not on the, that is just pops up on the agenda, and boom, the people, it seems to me, and I'm not just talking about this court, I'm talking about in general, I'm talking about all of the local government entities. It seems like things want to be pushed through faster with less community opinion when it should be the opposite. I'd like to also talk just very briefly, I don't really understand this yet, but item F about monies given to the Robstown Economic Development Committee. They, along with the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Committee, Development Board, and the port, are the unholy trinity that brought us this ammonia plant behind closed doors. Once again, many people went to a big party at Richard Borchard. Many people knew it was coming to the community, whether they understood all that it would, the impact it would have, or the amount of ammonia that would be stored on site, I can't say. But we, as citizens, I personally am tired of learning of things too late to do anything about it. I want transparency. I'm tired of NDAs that are improperly used. NDAs, we all know what they're meant to protect. They're not meant to protect elected officials or unelected officials, such as the port and the regional economic. It's not meant to protect them against the public's knowledge of what they are doing. So we will continue to keep our eye on all of this. We want transparency. We want a voice in our government. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jackie Herrera.
Just a second.
Oh,
Judge,
sorry.
just a point I need to make, because I understand this has to do with the elevator project. So we're in the middle of that evaluation process, and the court making a decision on it. And the purchasing department is the sole point of, this is per our policy, the purchasing department is the sole point of communication for any questions from vendors that arise during the evaluation. All questions and requests for information should be referred to the purchasing department. There should not be any discussions between evaluation committee members, members of Commissioners Court, and vendors of the proposals contents received during the evaluation and award process. Proposal contents that are trademarked or proprietary may remain confidential pursuant to the Texas Public Information Act. This information is only to be released after Attorney General's office authorized its release.
Okay.
So I just wanted to give
You're
the vendor
signed
that
up for
information.
Public comment. Can you abide by those rules and
Yes.
still make your public comment? Thank you.
My name is Jackie Herrera. I am just here to talk about 3C1, the conditional selection of a Ameritex elevator that was written. It shows that there's only two vendors that were, two proposals that were received. I respectfully request that the court reopen the RFP before making any award. As noted, since there were only two proposals that were received before on the September 23rd opening, with such limited competition, the chances of securing the absolute best value for Nueces County taxpayers are slim. Sorry, I was running to get over here. Reopening the RFP would invite more qualified elevator contractors to bid, potentially bringing three or more options to the table. This increased participation could lead to more competitive pricing, innovative solutions, and better alignment with the county's budget needs, all while supporting local businesses that are invested in our community. Under Local Government Code 262030, the goal is fair and effective procurement. Let's ensure we achieve that by allowing broader input. Thank you for your time and consideration. I just want to make sure that I request only just for the RFP 331825 to be respectfully reopened.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
There are no others that signed up for public comment. Then moving on to our consent agenda, are there any items that any commissioner wishes to pull for further discussion?
Judge, I'd make a motion to.
Wait. I've got two, item D and F. I have.
Did you say B as in boy?
D as in dog.
Okay. Sorry. Actually, I was going to pull out two.
Any others? Anybody?
Yes, F.
I pulled F already to clarify. Yes.
Judge.
D and F you're pulling?
D and F. D as in dog.
Judge, I would make a motion to pass the consent agenda except for items D as in dog and F as in Frank.
I'll second the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on to item D, I think I was only in my notes supposed to pull one. Item number 2, the ICE payment was paid by early release already. Just wanted to note so we weren't duplicating the payment on there. If that can be removed, I would make the motion to pass item D.
Motion.
Removing, is it line item 2? We messed up on that last time and deleted somebody else's. It is the, does anybody have that in front of them? Pull it out. Number 2 is, yes, correct.
Judge, excuse me. I believe we still need to approve it. It's just going to be an early release.
I have it was paid by early release already.
Yeah, we did an early release.
We did an early release payment on it.
Right, but we're not actually deleting it. We're just making a note that it was paid by early release, but the court still needs to approve the payment.
Okay.
It's just a note.
So we're ratifying the early payment.
We're ratifying the payment notice, yes. Okay.
Yes.
So my motion is to pass item D.
So moved.
Motion and a second by Commissioner Pusley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item F, I think there was some discussion about it. You had a question or you wanted to clarify it. Do you want to begin first? Sorry, Commissioner.
No, you go ahead, Judge. And then
I have a note, is the 1295 notice, have they turned in that? Yes, to ask for that.
Yes,
It has
that has
been
been
turned in.
received.
That was my only question. You go ahead.
Thanks,
Yes.
Judge. I think Ms. Gallagher already left, unfortunately. I just want to address it because I know she brought up during public comment and we couldn't comment. So this is funding that we've given to the RADC year after year. It's for economic development, especially focused on in the rural part of Nueces County. We know that there's a lot of growth and development. I can't speak to every project that they've worked on to attract, to bring into the community, and definitely not the RADC, but CCREDC as well. But those are charged with economic development for the entire area, and we fund those as a county. So this is one that would have been on the list a while back, but because of delay in paperwork, it's actually under fiscal year that just ended. So we're taking action on it this year. But this is for them to be able to focus on all the other good work that they're doing. I can't attest to all the work that they've done or any NDAs or anything that they have. with any other groups, but that's why I've allocated this funding. That's why we as a court put them on a list with all the other different economic development groups in our county to receive the baseline, which is $10,000 or $7,500 in some cases. Is that correct? We did with the capital credits.
It's 10,000 this. I mean, for last year. Yes,
for
sir.
last year,
Yes,
but
sir.
some groups got like 7,500.
Right. That was when we were using capital credits
That's when we
funds.
had capital credits. There
It's
you go.
back in general fund
Okay.
now.
So just for some clarification, this is not anything different or new, and I understand, and we hear you, I think, on some of these other concerns, but this is more just typical annual work that we do, and there were some struggles that they had in getting audits done from prior executive director, and so they got that all taken care of, and now that's why it's here before the court. So just wanted to add that little caveat to all this, just so the community, the public understands why we're doing this, and it's not to support or reward because of one particular project for or against. It's just the overall work that they've been charged to do. So thank you. And I motion to approve if there's no other questions.
Yeah, I'll second the motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I do have one comment, and I'm not sure I understood Mrs. Gallagher's comment a while ago, but I just want to say I take exception with the fact that she seemed to be accusing this court of doing something behind the scenes to support the
Vina plant.
The plant, the ammonia plant, and I just want to say for the record, I haven't heard from anybody other than I read the announcement in the paper about, or online about TCEQ allowing their contested hearing, which is a big deal. But I take exception with being accused of doing something behind the scenes with respect to the ammonia plant. I haven't talked to anybody. I haven't met with anybody. No one's come to update me on that project. I have no idea where it's at or what they're doing.
They've been radio silent for like 2 years, I think. So yeah, at least with.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed? The motion passes then. Moving on to our regular agenda, item 3A1. Discuss and consider accepting and adopting the minutes for the meetings held on September the 10th and September the 24th. Are there any corrections, or is there anything that needs to be made on the minutes? If not, I make a motion to pass the minutes for the September 10th and the September 24th meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those, the minutes for the meetings, the 10th and the 24th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We're taking item number 2 into executive. So item number 3, receive the quarterly report from the Interim Director of Public Health, Mr. Dante Gonzalez. I see you back there, for the city county-operated Nueces County Public Health District.
And I do have a little handout. So
Thank you. If you want, Teresa will take it.
All right. So good morning, Judge, Commissioners Court. Thank you for the opportunity for me to come and present to you, to be able to showcase the work that we do day in and day out at the public health, as public health keepers. Someone who has been with the health district for almost a decade, I have seen the tremendous and steady progress that we have made for our community here in Nueces County for the overall health and wellness. As you might have already heard, the city did find a candidate to take over the director position, and I just want to say that it was truly an honor for me to be able to represent the district this past 10 months. I want to say that these were probably the worst 10 months that I probably could have been an interim in, especially since we saw a lot of cuts. We saw grants reductions. We saw funding that were being pulled, programs that were being cut, and some cuts were pretty deep. But I'm happy to say that I do have a great team, and there's a great team at the health department. They're strong, and they recognize the important work that we do. And we were prepared. I think something that COVID really taught us was on how to react to a crisis and how to properly react to a crisis. And I think we have fared pretty well compared to some of the other health departments that you have heard, over 20, 40, 60 positions that are being cut. Through this, we only lost one position.
Wow.
As we patiently await for the new director, we are eager to look forward to into this new leadership to continue making these strides. On the personal side, I know we've been together as a partner for a while now, and I want to thank you for your continued confidence in this partnership and for entrusting us with the task that every day, what it takes for us to work towards a better future, and so that every day we make it better than it was yesterday. So this presentation that I'll give to you is going to be is the first of many presentations that we're going to come and give here at the court. To this presentation will be short, but it is highly impactful. And I'm hoping that future presentations will continue adding many more achievements and steadily increasing our public health service delivery. I do want to take a little bit of time to highlight three things, and I know that I want to be cognizant of your time as well, but I am proud to say that this past year, during the first 3 quarters, we did put together the very first Public Health Summit, and it was titled The Art of Public Health. And here we held it at Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and we had over 100 different partners, community partners that came from all over South Texas to come and hear about the things that we at the health department were doing and how other community partners are tackling these very important, critical chronic diseases and chronic issues that plague our community. We have also brought 4 programmatic pilots that focus on chronic disease mitigation, such as Wellness Wednesdays. Here we invite the community to come out to the health department, and we provide them nutrition, exercises, and wellness classes. There's been some classes already that we are at capacity, and we're looking on ways to continue to serve the community, maybe perhaps bring other types of services, maybe perhaps on a Monday or a Tuesday or Thursday. We know that the community need it. And lastly, the Department of State Health Services, the tuberculosis unit at the state level, just recently recognized our TB program for providing feedback that contributes to significant edits to the 26 fiscal year TB manual. This manual is the guiding document for all state-funded tuberculosis programs across Texas. This means that our state takes our word here locally very highly, and our word has value. It's an honor that we used to operate, and the state never really referred back to us, and now the state is asking us to guide some of our local partners. Our environmental team just recently, some of our counties and cities that surround us, refreshed their environmental team to do restaurant inspections. When they asked the state to provide some funding, they actually asked them to reach out to the health department in Corpus Christi because we do such a great job in that field. And I think it was,
recording in progress.
Sorry, I think we lost something for a second. We're back.
Oh, okay. I'm really happy to be able to showcase some of those things. Earlier this year, I sat down with the judge and we were talking about some of the things that me personally wanted to ensure that we were putting as part of what we do in public health. And I made a promise to her that what I wanted to do was to make sure that we had documented proof and that we had the ability to showcase that we truly do have partnerships that are going to last a really long time. I told her that I wanted to create MOUs with a lot of entities around the city and the county to ensure that we had documented proof and that whenever we came back to the table to try to figure out how do we get some of these grant funds or how do we reach for more funding to come to our area, we had that readily available so we can submit it at the moment's notice. I'm happy to say that as of today, since January, I have signed on 12 different partners from Nueces County, and they are happy. They're providing services. We're augmenting and we're supplementing each other, and this will sometimes when times get tough, we're going to have partners that we can lean on, and they're going to have somebody else that they can lean on from our side as well. And I'm really happy to present that.
Thank you.
So now we'll move into the presentation. I'm not sure if we can put the presentation.
Connie, do you have a presentation for the public health? You may have have to just talk about it.
Okay, all right, sounds
Sorry.
good. No worries. So what I wanted to highlight is that throughout the three quarters that we have. So today I'm going to be talking about October through June, which is the first 3 quarters of the services that we have provided. I'm happy to say that we have provided over almost 4,000 services as of June of 2025. The number is much higher now since we are now started. We just finished our last quarter. We're analyzing the data as it's coming in. But we have provided over 18 different services in our mobile clinic. We provide those services twice a month, and we reach out some of the hardest or the furthest areas from our community, and we try to primarily we try to go to areas that maybe perhaps have not seen or it's really tough for them to come into the inner city or to some of the other areas. So we utilize our mobile clinic to go out there. We have gone out to Agua Dulce, Bishop, Driscoll, and we continue to make this community partners and community events so that people can come and visit us and get some of these services. Here in the presentation, it shows the 3 different sites that where we provide our services. The first picture there is our local, our brick and mortar, which is our regular facility here inside the city. We're located right at Greenwood and Horn Road, which are 2 collector streets, and we get a lot of foot traffic through there. Over the years, we've seen over 10,000 people come to the health department at this particular location. The second picture there in the middle is our mobile clinic, and we're very thankful for that because, as I was mentioning, we're able to reach out our community that are way out there in areas that typically are harder to reach, and we're able to move around with that mobile clinic. We're very thankful for that. It also serves as a flagship. As we go there, people recognize what that is. People go to us, and even if they did not get a flyer, they go to us and they ask whether what type of services we're offering there, and we know that the services that we provide are needed in that area. And lastly, we have our other brick and mortar, which we just recently had a renovation there, and that is at the Calderon building in Robstown. We also provide there every single service that we provide at the health department, and there we offer Tuesdays and Thursdays every week. Next slide. So in this slide, it just summarizes the work that we do. It focuses on 4 of the different pillars for public health, which include chronic disease, immunizations, STD, STIs, and education and outreach. There's a lot more that we do in public health, and it's not just these 4 core functions, but these are some of the 4 core functions that the community came out and saw us and received some of the services, so we wanted to really highlight that. Overall, we have, as of June of 2025, we have provided 4,000 clinical services, 3,251 inside the city limits, or individuals that showed an identification that had an address inside of the city limits, 217 individuals with addresses outside of the city limits, and 531 individuals that maybe did not have an ID that showed a specific address or maybe had an address from outside of state. Sometimes we do get winter Texans, and they come and they do receive services from us. We are federally and state funded. So we also get residents from surrounding counties and cities that do come and get our service specifically for immunizations and and STIs and STDs. Next slide, please. So our satellite clinic, we do provide every service that we provide at the health department in our brick and mortar. As of June of 2025, we provided 34 Texas vaccines for children, 10 vaccines for adults, and we also carry the seasonal flu vaccine. Right now, we are getting back into the groove since it is flu season again, so those numbers kind of tend to elevate during this time. We have seen 9 A1Cs, 9 cholesterol tests, 9 blood pressures, and 9 body mass index tests. And then for our STD and our TB services, that one's a little bit more tough for us to be able to see over it, but we're still doing it out there. And the reason for it is that sometimes these types of services require more of a routine checkup, and they require more treatment. So what we do is we do see clients there that do get referred to us, and then they come to our brick and mortar where we're able to continue those services and provide that longer case management and care. Some of these clients, and although you may see that the numbers are not like in the double digits, it's hard for us to collect the information and the data that really depicts the work that we do, and that's just the problem that we have in public health. When we looked at a client, and I'll focus on TB, we get a report for one person who's sick. it doesn't take into consideration the amount of people that work that live inside the house, or their colleagues that at their work. So if they work in a cubicle, if they work in an office, sometimes we have to make that communication, we have to make that contact tracing. So sometimes one TB case could be in a nuclear home. It could be upwards of 10, 8, 5 different family members, and we're providing the same level of care there. Sometimes we're able to prevent them from being positive and they stay negative, and that is a success for us. But it's just really hard for us to kind of put that together since they're not truly a case, they're a negative case, but we're still offering those services as part of preventive care services. Next slide. Our mobile clinic is the one that has seen a lot more use by our community, and I think it's because we're moving around and going to them instead of waiting for them to come to us. So in our mobile clinic, we have gone to 8 different sites throughout Nueces County, and we have primarily visited areas that are hard to reach. Specifically, you'll see there that there's Agua Dulce, which is, everybody that drives out to Agua Dulce, it is a pretty far drive out there. But we're able to go out there and provide those services. They don't have to come all the way down into the inner city or even to Robstown area. We're able to go to them and provide the same level of care and same level of service.
Commissioner Gonzalez for that. Thank you.
Commissioner Gonzalez has been a strong advocate throughout the years, and because of his ability, and he keeps pushing us to do better. And we really appreciate that, and we're hopeful that we're meeting the metrics and the benchmark that you guys are putting for us. A1C test, we have done 63 examinations, 34 cholesterol, sorry, it's a little hard to read up there. 59 blood pressures and 55 body mass indexes. And then on our immunization side, typically we're seeing that people don't come to the mobile clinic to receive those routine vaccines, but they do prefer like the flu vaccine, the seasonal vaccine, which is why you see that we carry all the vaccines. It's just people are just not requesting it. But we do provide the flu vaccine free of charge. So if anybody sees us out there and we have it available, we're going to give it to you. And with that, I just want to share 2 stories. One of them, which is really close to us at the health department, with our chronic disease mitigation. We just recently had an individual that came to the health department, and it was just in the last 2 weeks where they came and they thanked us for saving their lives. They did not know that they had elevated blood pressure, and it was pretty high, and they did not feel sick. They didn't go to the doctor. They didn't feel like they needed to go to the doctor. It was just a routine check that we said, hey, have you ever checked your blood pressure? And like, I haven't checked it in a long time. Well, it turns out his blood pressure was very elevated. So what we did is I passed out this really nice handout to you guys. So this is a community resource guide. We created this at the health department. We went together and we put all of these different services that are available to the community. And it's not just public health that people often think of, just clinical work or preventive services. It has information such as work programs, housing, shelter services, medication assistance, substance abuse recovery, mental health services, food, laundry, shower services. We went to our community partners and we asked them, what do you offer? And we wanted to make sure that we were highlighting it. This thing gets updated, and when people leave the health department and they don't know what to do or where to reach, this little notebook right here provides all the different services throughout Nueces County where they can reach out and get some of this help that they
Can
started.
we get some for the outside table there that people
Absolutely.
come and pick some? If we could have some out there, that would be good.
I'll make it a point to bring
Thank you.
every month just to see how
Thank you.
many are there, and I'll bring the hard copies. On the back of it too, we do have a digital QR code, which is this is the most up to date, and every time we update it or our community partner change their resources, we do update it because when you print something, it becomes outdated. But we try to make sure that the electronic one continues to be updated.
Awesome.
Yeah. And with that, thank you for your time. Thank you for your continued support. We are extremely happy to continue this partnership and to go into the next fiscal year. We have gained some steady traction and making some of these other things starting to happen. And we are the happiest thing for me on the personal side is the state is finally looking at us as somebody that we are the benchmarkers. They're asking for our input, they're considering our input, and they're not questioning the work that we do. They're actually asking us, how are you guys doing it, and tell us how to do it so that other people are using it. And that makes me extremely happy. So thank you very much, and I'll take any questions.
Go ahead.
On the first of all, I want to thank you for your time that you put. You're always you always seem to be the go-to person at the city when there's a vacancy at a different department. This is probably your second tour going back to the health department to kind of lead it in the interim basis. And so I want to thank you for all your time. I know that that's one of your passions and one of the things that you've really have picked up over the years. So thank you for that. On the data you showed us on the mobile clinic, great. I mean, that's what I think that was been envisioned by Commissioner Gonzalez and by this court when we approved the funding for it. Do you go during certain events? I mean, do you plan around certain events that we have at these locations? Because I'm like, yeah, these are the spots I would pick out in the rural part of the county. But, you know, like our senior centers, do you ever go when they're there, when the seniors are there? You know, I know most probably go see a doctor, but some that may not. You got a captive audience. They're there enjoying their activities, but they can easily kind of come out. I remember, what was it, back in elementary, they had that book, the little book truck or book van. Bookmobile. There you go. Yeah. That's what it was, bookmobile, right? And so if you wanted to get out of classwork,
And I never went to the bookmobile.
I'll go get 25 cents a dollar, buy 3 or 4 posters, whatever. But anyway, kind of something like that, captive audience, right? That's what I'm thinking. So I don't know if that's what it includes, but maybe that's something that can be considered for the future, right? Because we have a pretty robust group of seniors at our centers and all those other sites. I'm glad to see that you've included some there in the city as well, and that's what we got to remind ourselves in the community, that this is a joint venture. And I love how you talked about that this goes beyond just Corpus Christi and Nueces County, because yes, I have heard of those stories and seen people that have come in from other communities outside that have come to use our services. So this is a vital resource for our region. And so I think y'all are doing great. I hope that you can help pass on your passion and your vision and your knowledge to the new director. And I know that Sony will help bridge that gap as well, since I know that this is part of his charge. But thanks. I mean, this is what we need. We know that as we build stability with our scheduling as well, that more people will start remembering to utilize these services, because we know it's still a process. We still get calls in the office, or I still get asked, when can I go? What days are available? Well, we have pretty much a full presence a week long with our partners in Amistad and other partnerships that we have. So thanks for your work. And this is an amazing book. It's going to go with Priscilla, my assistant. I could use 1 or 2 myself just to have, because these are extra questions that we get as members of government that they just don't know where, as our constituents, where to go to get services. So this is going to be definitely utilized.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, and I hear you. And I understand that. One of our big pushes this year was to try to figure out where we could get to like a brick and mortar where individuals actually go and hang out, or they have routine events where we could go and provide the services. And if there's already a community partner that's offering and they have the foot traffic, hey, why not tag along and provide the services, right? Like that's something that we are looking into and trying to make sure that we are utilizing as we continue moving forward. We've learned a lot of good lessons from not only the services that we provide, but how we also provide them to the community. And a lot of the times, I'll be honest with you, they do come to us and they try to get clinical services, right? Like they'll tell us that they don't have medication, and sometimes they expect us to have like the medication on with us. So, and that's where this comes really handy, right? I'm going to ask my staff to start tracking like how many of these we actually pass out during these events, because I think this is also an outreach that we're providing to them. And it may not be a physical touch, right? That we're testing your blood pressure or your A1C, but it is a resources that they can take with them, and it's a health education. So.
I agree. Yeah. Anybody else?
Do you want to say thank you, Dante and Sony, for continuing the charge and moving forward, reaching out, especially to reach out, and which is way overdue. Again, I'm a little more kind of constructive criticism, personal, because, we started this almost like 7, 8 years ago, and it's been a long way going, and we got to where we are now because we've been working together, as a team and pushing forward, and our mission is the same, and trying to reach out to those that need us, that need the help, the poor, underserved, and uninsured, whatever. But I said, when and I said to the judge many times, when I look at the literature, I still, and Commissioner did mention the fact that it's a partnership, as a team. I still think that when we promote the RV, it should be Nueces County Mobile, / Health District, as partners, right? So I just, it took a long time to go where we are. So I just don't want to lose the sight that it's just a mobile clinic, right? I mean, it's just a mobile out there and belongs to whoever. Actually, we got it from scratch to what it is now. So we've done a lot of work on it. You guys have done a lot of good work with it. So I think that as a partner, I think we just need to let people know that it really belongs, to a county, partnership. And we need to continue that partnership by using the Nueces County Mobile Clinic. So this is just my take, right? It's a constructive criticism, nothing personal. But I just want to say thank you for everything else that you've done for sticking out as an intern and now as an assistant director. We appreciate you, appreciate your work that you've done. Thank you very much. Tony, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Did you want to speak? I'm sorry, Commissioner, go ahead. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, Dante, thank you very much, and we sincerely appreciate all the hard work that you and everyone at the City County Health Department have put into this program. And I apologize for our IT not being up to speed to get your presentation up correctly. We're working on that. I wanted to ask about when I was on the Commissioner's Court a few years ago, we started contributing to a program that was being run out of the Garcia Arts Center. And Joe Fulton Jr. was the person who kind of came to us and spearheaded this program. And it was to basically address the fact that at one time Nueces County was recognized as the leading place in the state of Texas for people who have diabetes. Mm-hmm. And we also have another not so great award in the fact that we also, I think, lead the state in a number of amputations that are done here in this county at the hospitals as a result of people suffering from diabetes. And so they started this program, and all the commissioners here, and I don't remember if any of y'all remember the I don't know if, Joe, you were on the court yet or not, but anyway, we all contributed with our diabetes funding to this program, and it was really successful. And how they didn't just test people and collect their A1C information, but they provided a great deal of education about how they changed their lifestyles and their eating habits. And they actually went to in the area around the Garcia Arts Center was identified as one of the leading areas in this county for people who were diagnosed with diabetes. And they actually went to the homes and visited with those people and sat down and talked to them about their menu selections at home at night for their meals and whatnot to try to have some impact in it. The program was, I thought, very successful. They were collecting results, and it became so successful that they started getting grants from the federal government and the state, and then at some point they said, we actually don't need your money anymore. I don't know what happened to that program since I left the court. I don't know if it's still in place or if it quit, but I think we have to, at some point, stop collecting data and go out and start trying to have an impact on what we're seeing as a result of that data collection. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. It makes sense, and it's definitely something that we need to really be focusing on. For our Wellness Wednesdays initiatives, what we do there is we provide exactly what you just said. Okay. People don't just come to us; we just give them a number and then just walk out. We try to do a full service where if they don't have a medical provider, we try to find one for them, and we try to reach out to our community partners so they can get the medication. But medication is not going to solve the problem. So we do health education and we do nutrition education. We teach people how to cook. We partner with the food bank. So they come, they bring the food, they teach people that are sitting in our audience on how to create better dishes that are specific to some of the chronic diseases and the chronic conditions that we do have. We're very well aware, Commissioner, and you're absolutely correct. South Texas has a high prevalence of diabetes and chronic diseases. It's something that plagues us. There's a lot of restaurants per capita in the South than some of the other areas, and sometimes the options are not very healthy. But there are healthy options as well. So what we do is we teach the community on how to make a better informed decision so that they can have a better outcome. We know that informed people have better outcomes, and that's really what we're trying to do. We're moving forward. We are now starting to go back out there and provide some of these A1Cs to some of the community partners that we used to provide those services to, and then we're referring them back to the health department, to our health education program, so that they can get further education on nutrition, diabetes, chronic diseases, and we're hoping that we're going to move the needle and we're going to see some of these changes, some long-lasting changes, so that our community can be better off. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I think what we want to achieve is to make sure that individuals who don't have access to this particular types of services know that we are readily available and that we provide that for them. And it's at no cost. Yeah. Some of the people that come to us, their A1C tests are not even registered in our systems. That means their A1C is pretty elevated. Yeah. And then you see their faces when they realize that we can't give them a number because the machine maxed out. But then they come back, we give them health education, we provide them with some resources, and then they come back 3 months later and their A1Cs are in the range where it could be read. They're still high, but now it gives you like, hey, you went from we couldn't measure you to where now we can measure you. And hey, it's making changes, so it is making an impact. So we're hoping to continue that.
Well, that's great, and I appreciate that very much, and I know you guys are doing everything you can. Commissioner Mars makes an excellent point. We have community centers all throughout this county where the people who live in and around those areas meet frequently there for one reason or another, and maybe we go to each one of those and announce that we're going to have a health examination fair or whatever you want to call it, and try to get out there and utilize those facilities for that sort of thing. But thank you very much for all y'all do. I know you're working very hard to make a difference, and we all sincerely appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone else? I just want to say that thank you very much. Thank you for your work during the interim as well. Thank you, Sony, for coming up with the design that's easier for me to see on the reports. And to let you all know that these are going to be regular reports given to the court. They will be at the end of each quarter, but the information included in the report will be the previous quarter because of information going in and out in order for us to have these on a regular basis. So you'll be a quarter behind on the information we receive, but we will be getting these every quarter. So thank you. We appreciate it. We appreciate the cooperation and the partnership, and thank y'all for everything you do.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to item number 4, discuss and consider distributing the remaining countywide available balance of $1.901658.32 and the remaining individual court balances. Total of those individual court balances is $260,172.30 of the American Rescue Plan Act funds, ARPA grants, a grand total of $2,161,830.62 that needs to be reallocated and related matters. And I believe this was on our agenda last time, and we all understood. I think you've had meetings maybe with Amanda. Is she online for this? Yes. And anything you wanted to transfer your money to, it was highly suggested that you get approval already through GrantWorks to make sure it's an allowable expense as well. So I don't know if any commissioner or how we want to begin this process. Go ahead.
Ready when you are, Judge.
Well, we basically divided up that 1.9, and each commissioner had about $380,000 to allocate to a fund. $380,320.64. So That being said, does anyone, I'm sorry,
366,000 each.
366 each?
Right.
I divided 1901. How did we get 366 even?
We have to budget for the salaries for the second year on.
Oh, you're taking out the money, so we
Yes,
should have
ma'am.
never put this total amount in there. That's
Taking out
not the
what?
available balance.
It is the total. We're just distributing that part for salaries, and then the remaining balance would be the court.
So it's 366?
Yes, sir.
Each,
That's correct.
even?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that in our backup? Because I
Yes,
didn't
ma'am.
see that. Okay. So are there any commissioners that have anything that they're ready to proceed forward, or go ahead, Commissioner.
I mean, I'm ready unless someone else wants to go first.
No, I just need somebody to go.
Okay, I'll be happy to start. Judge, of the $366,000, I've got several motions. I'm going to do some fund swaps on this, just to keep it clean with Bob Hall Pier. I would first like to, and this is going to be break evens like we've done before, just to pull some money away but put it right back. So just to be clear for the.
Okay, I got a question though, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
These monies are countywide monies though?
No.
No, they're your money?
Well, no, they're money that's already associated with the project.
Right.
They're already in the project.
Because if someone else want to do the same thing, we might need some of those monies or the Hilltop money too. It's a good idea.
Yeah, right. If you, I mean, you know.
We each have 366,000 plus whatever you had in your individual precinct ARPA money that you had remaining.
Right.
Yes.
Right, and the.
But I need to exchange like he does.
Yeah, and so the first of all, on precinct 4, I think I allocated that money. It's still showing here as our backup, but I think I allocated that money at the last Commissioners Court meeting. So I want to make sure that's not something new, but I think I made that motion at the last meeting. Correct? Or is that another amount that I wasn't aware of?
It's the same amount, Commissioner, but there was a change order for Parker Pool that we reduced that amount. Oh.
No. The amount that's on CR 47 Bridge, 10,253,035. I believe that was the motion that I made in the last court to allocate that to Bob Hall Pier.
Where your total was 19,000, we reduced it by the change order. So this is available. It can go to Bob Hall Pier. It's not 19,000 because we needed to offset the change order for Parker Pool. So on your sheet, it shows the change order 1 and 2 where we reduced your original 19,000 by that total, the change order. So the 10,000 is Bob Hall Pier. You need to edit that total from last court.
So the last court, I allocated that 19,000 to Bob Hall Pier.
Right. But
okay.
Unless you want to just take this 9,000 from your countywide monies, we were just trying to make it easier. That was your balance from last court, 19,000, but you have a change order that hasn't been allocated yet. So we just reduced the 19,000, that portion out. So the remainder that's really going to Bob Hall Pier would be the 10,253.
But that's already been motioned and done.
Sure, yes, but it was just at the $19,000, so it's less. It's actually 10,000.
Okay, so do you want me to make a clarifying motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
That's fine.
So I would rescind the last motion?
Just update. You just want to update the actual balance that's going to go to Bob Hall Pier would be the 10K.
Okay, then I'll make that as a motion to update the amount to 10,253 instead of the 19,000 and change that I made last court. That would be the first motion.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, the second motion would be of my 366,200, and I would make a motion that 256,000 of that would be allocated to the Bob Hall Pier ARPA funds project.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Now-
opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Sorry. I'm
Nope, my bad.
failing to do that. Yes.
Now, of my remaining $110,000, I would like to make a motion to move $110,000 from, I don't know which one I did before, Teresa, I apologize. I had that and then I left it where I did it before. Actually, hold on a minute.
Are you talking about the Hurricane Harvey monies?
Yeah, I messed up. I need to, I'm sorry, I need to, hold on a second.
Can I ask a quick question
Sure.
while he's thinking
Yes.
about
Yep, yep, yep.
Do we have to make these today? I mean,
We suggested at last court to get them approved and make them because of the time frame and needing to utilize the ARPA funds on the amendments and anything that had already been, unless you're transferring it to a current project, like trading your money out with the Bob Hall Pier like he was doing.
No, I'm probably going to move some money, this additional money.
You can hold off on yours if you want to wait, but I strongly.
But I want to wait. I can probably do it for the next October
I wouldn't
meeting.
wait any long. I would try to do something by the next October meeting.
But I'm probably going to move it to Hilltop to do one of the other wings. So I've already got the project lined up, and it's already been bid on, and we've
You
got
can
all
hold
that
off
stuff.
on yours, but I strongly suggest to all of us sitting here that we do not wait much longer.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's all. That's all.
Yes.
it is.
So we'll have this item again on the next agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, I need to, I'm sorry, I didn't do that right. I need to rescind what I just did. I apologize. I did that in reverse order. So if I could rescind the prior motion that was just passed and do something again, that'd be my motion.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're rescinding everything or just the
No,
last motion?
just the last one,
Okay.
not the 10,000. So
Okay.
now let me start again. I apologize. I would make a motion. The first motion is to move the 366,000 in complete to the Bob Hall Pier ARPA project. That's the first motion, and then I'm going to make some subsequent motions after that.
Second.
The first motion, yes, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Matt?
opposed? The motion passes. Go ahead.
Now, I apologize. I would like to make a motion to move $60,000 from the available funds, I'll say from the Hurricane Harvey funds that were in there, and allocate that from Bob Hall Pier to Parker Pool. So,
Second.
thank you.
We have a motion and a second to move 60,000 from that Hurricane Harvey funds out of the Bob Hall Pier to Parker Pool. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you.
And then the last motion I have is to move $50,000 from the Hurricane Harvey funds from Bob Hall Pier to the Port A Veterans Memorial Project.
I'll second that. We have a motion and a second to move from the Bob Hall Pier Hurricane Harvey funds to the Port A Veterans Memorial. Is that what it
Project.
is?
Yes, ma'am.
Project, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
And
Can
thank
you
you.
tell me?
So for clarification, that will leave a net increase in the ARPA funds on the Bob Hall Pier project of $256,000.
Okay.
A net increase.
Just for clarification, who was the second?
Is that a motion?
I seconded
It was
the
just to
last
clarify
motion.
for the record.
Yes,
Okay.
clarifying for that.
That was just,
Can you tell me how much we have in Hurricane Harvey left on Bob Hall Pier?
It's 272,953.
and there's also
Hurricane Harvey.
COs and there's all.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure we were checking that before we
Yes.
continued with motions. Yes,
We don't
yeah.
want COs, we're just hard. COs are here.
5 funding sources
Yeah.
on Bob Hall.
It's got all different.
Yeah, but I think my concern would be what do we have in countywide? That's, what do we have in countywide?
For the pier?
Yeah. They would,
That would be Harvey, COs, and all
Right.
that, yeah.
And then what do you have in Hilltop also? So that would be our big
Right.
projects.
Yeah,
Not to,
yeah.
I've got the biggest project, I get it, and I'm fine doing it. I just want to, we got other big projects too, so.
Are you ready for yours, Commissioner Gonzalez? Commissioner Chesney is done. If you're ready, we'll move on to
Yeah,
the
on
next.
the 366,000, I'd like to, again, exchange this ARPA funds for dollars from the pier Harvey funds, I guess you want to call them.
They only have 200 and how much? It'll have to be that and something else because there's not enough Harvey funds.
How much do we have, 200 what? Or 2 million.
200, yeah, so you don't have 366 to get, so it would have to be that
Yeah,
and COs.
yeah.
You can divide it between,
Sure.
just say you want to divide it between the two.
Yeah, divided between whatever. Really what I need is just 135,000 for the ME medical for the road. ME Stop Park, I need 100,000. That wasn't approved. And also, are we okay with the AVAC and all that? At the ME?
Has any of this stuff, has this been approved by GrantWorks too? Are you ready to move forward with these? Yes,
So,
okay.
excuse me. So there's 152,000 remaining in the pier for Hurricane Harvey, backing out
His,
this,
yes,
this, right,
152.
the 120. I'm sorry.
152?
Right, 152, 953, 73 would be remaining Hurricane Harvey monies.
Do you want to just go ahead and take all of that so it zeroes it out or whatever, and then you can get the rest with COs or
Yeah,
whatever?
and once I get the money, I can use it for the road. Because it won't be ARPA funds, I can use it the way I want to.
It depends. I mean, we still have to see, that still depends on the county attorney, is it, because it's not our road, isn't that
Yeah,
what it
we'll
is?
get permission from.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as we get that, we get.
Yes, okay. It's like, wait,
Hey,
before
let
we're
her-
making another
yeah,
motion.
No, that is no.
Yeah,
no
okay.
problem. I'm with you there.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah. Believe me.
So you want to take the Harvey money and then the rest of your 300, whatever that is, with
It'd be
COs?
his remaining ARPA, backing out the 152, would be 213, 04627.
213.
04627.
046.
There are some Harvey funds in Hilltop, too.
That's ARPA. That's your remaining ARPA funds, Commissioner.
My ARPA fund, but.
Right, because you just
Yeah, but the 366.
you just swapped 360. You just swapped the 152 into the pier.
Okay, 152.
I love the fact that Commissioner Gonzalez is putting his ARPA funds on Bob Hall Pier. I want that is awesome. I am happy to switch that out.
Always got to help you, Commissioner. Always got to help you. I wish you returned the favor, but it's okay. So now the balance of.
You can borrow my marching band that I was
Remember, I
So
need cash
then
money,
your
okay?
other 213,000 you could take from the COs or whatever.
From the
Yeah.
Hilltop.
Oh, how much is in the Hilltop? How much Harvey funds is in there?
I'm sorry, did you ask that to me?
I'm asking Teresa,
Oh.
sorry. Because he wants it all to be Harvey funds, it looks like.
Right, just so I can have cash money, so.
Hurricane Harvey monies?
Mm-hmm. I didn't think that there was. I thought we had changed that out already.
Well, I think it
Are you-
depends on when we
Would you
actually
answer that question
release
again?
How much funding is Hurricane Harvey funds in the Hilltop?
Okay, I can tell you that right now. It's
Mhm.
$2,204,749.06.
All I need is 214.
213.
214,000.
213,046.27.
Thank you.
Yes.
Whatever. 213?
That's what I have allocated for Hilltop
In
my budget.
Yes, and we can switch that out for ARPA money because Hilltop's been approved and they're managing, so that would be an easy swap.
So we're wanting to do a swap, is that what we're?
He's going to put ARPA funds in Hilltop, take 230. I'm probably going to do my whole amount there too if there's that much. It's just easier. Why don't we just, yeah.
in the pier.
Well, I think we can come back and do that, but right now, just swapping out our money where it's available and
Right.
not dedicating.
Okay.
It's easier for us to do one, then we can spend the money later how we want to.
214.
That's good.
Yeah. Mhm. So that's his motion to take from the Hilltop Harvey funds, the 213,046. I'll second his motion. All those in favor say aye.
213.46.
213,046.27. Any opposed? The motion passes. Then go ahead. I'll go last, but I'm just going to make mine an easy transfer. Yes. Go, Commissioner Modis.
Did
What?
Commissioner do his individual
Have you done you're wanting to hold off on your projects, or are you ready to move forward with the votes on those, or you just want the money transferred?
I'm ready to move forward.
Okay.
Like your ones on the, she said.
I missed out with denial. I can't use the Harvey. But
Okay.
now that I got the exchange, I can use them.
But what about your individual in your precinct, Teresa's asking?
Right, you have 26,000 remaining in the individual ARPA.
26,000.
Are all of his projects closed? It's remaining that his projects are closed, or it's remaining because the project is not finished?
It's remaining.
Because I think mine shows 11 and mine is not finished. There's still outstanding debt. I think we've had to transfer.
Right, but that portion is not obligated to anything.
Okay.
260 not obligated?
You have 26,000 remaining in your individual projects.
Okay. Can I just go ahead and hold off and let me get back with you on that?
I would transfer that to the Harvey money too, just to make it easy. Then you can
Yeah,
bring it
yeah,
back and
sure,
use
yeah.
it. It's like
Yeah.
you can, let's just clear up the ARPA money
There you
right
go.
now.
Yeah,
Yes.
good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
So is that your motion?
It's my motion.
I will
so-
second that motion.
And what are you doing?
He's taken the 26 remaining of his personal balance in his precinct ARPA funds and transferring it from the trading out with the Hilltop Harvey money, and he's putting that ARPA money on the Hilltop as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Constance, on my books, the Hurricane Harvey funding will reduce, but the ARPA funding will increase.
Yes, exactly. Yes, it's just a wash. Yes.
Yeah.
So we have a motion and a second to take the 26 and do the same thing with the ARPA money to the Hilltop trade out for the Harvey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I do have a question. Which project are the ARPA monies going to? The trade-off from the Hurricane Harvey to which projects?
He's fixing to make those motions. We're
Oh,
just
I
getting the
know.
money clear first.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but he's using Harvey money instead of ARPA money. He's clearing out all of his money now. This 366 and the 26 will be Harvey money, not ARPA money. And are you ready to make those motions, or can we clear up the ARPA
Yeah,
first?
that's clear. You can clear it.
Yeah. Or if you have your motions ready and they've been cleared by the attorney and everyone that we can do those projects, or you just said they said you couldn't do one.
Well, I couldn't use the ARPA funds, but.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, go ahead then. Yes, it's still your floor.
Yeah. So I just make a motion that the countywide funds that I exchange be utilized with the Amistad Veterans Memorial Park. Do I have to say the amount or?
You have to say the amount, and do we have projects already for those? Can we vote on something that's just, or just
It's in
allocated?
addition to what I've done there.
Mhm.
Yeah, adding some covers for the bleachers and all that stuff.
How about if we bring that back on the 22nd with an agenda item that lists what you want to do with it? Since it's Harvey money, it's not going away, it's not urgent, so we need more detail about what you plan on doing with it, if you don't mind. I would
Yeah.
prefer than hold us
In
up
the
here.
road for the
Is that
ambulance.
okay?
Okay.
Okay, we'll do that. Commissioner Mott, you're next on your money.
Yes, ma'am. And let's see. So on the MOU balances, I just want to get some clarification from Amanda or whoever else can help me, Teresa, or maybe even Edward. So I have 161,681, and then the countywide allocation.
Mhm. Is that the correct amount on his, I show on this table, 158,
This is
289.
this is one from September 30th, so I don't know if we've had one updated since.
Oh,
then.
yes, sir. The one
This
that's
is
with the
10-1.
agenda, it's
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
158.
I don't.
158, 289, 70.
Right.
And that would be the amount that I would like to put into Hilltop and switch that out.
You want to add those both together and do them at the same time?
Yes,
The
add both now.
366
Yes.
and do one transfer instead of doing it separate? Yeah.
Absolutely, that's my motion. Yes,
Thank you.
Judge. Thank
And I'll
you.
second that motion for you. Yes. Do we have a total yet? Anybody out there?
I didn't add it up.
Teresa looks like she's
the
doing
total-
it.
Oh, the 366 plus that?
Yes.
Yes. I was sorry. I thought you were doing that.
Yeah, we need to make sure that Constance and Teresa are we get off his number, so we.
Yeah, I mean, this is,
And I know we will.
add the motion to
That's
confirm
why I
with these are
think
the correct
keeping it
amounts, whatever the
simpler
actual
right
amount
now
balances
is
out.
good, yes.
Whatever the actual amount is.
524, 280, 290,
289.7.
289.7. Uh-huh.
Okay, so that would be the amount.
We have a motion and a second to do the same, just swap the funds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And then do you want to come back, since yours are Harvey funds too, with specific projects and
Yes,
what you want to
come
do with
back,
it?
yes.
Yes. Commissioner Pusley, you're up. Do you want to do the same thing with yours? I don't know what.
To do what?
You-
I'm not doing anything until the next meeting.
Okay. Even with your 58.
I didn't know, I didn't realize we were supposed to make these decisions today. I apologize.
That's okay.
I thought we were just going to talk about it, and so I want to look at, all of my ARPA funds are going to go to two projects. It'll be Hilltop or Oil Belts.
Yes. That's why I
The
asked.
others are all completed or
Yes.
canceled, one of the two.
Perfect.
But I want to see how much I want to divide between those two projects.
And then I want to do the same thing if it's my turn. That would be,
Commissioner Pusley,
Uh-huh.
if you could, it would be a lot easier for us if you can convert that to county cash. That way, those projects that you have planned for Hilltop, we can, not Hilltop,
Harvey money. If you transfer yours, just like we're all doing to Harvey funds, they're unrestricted funds. They don't end the time. You can do more with it. If you want to wait till next meeting, you can do the exact same, but if you want to go ahead and transfer yours like we're doing, you can come back with the projects next meeting that you want to put it on.
that gives us more flexibility. It gives you more flexibility, Commissioner.
No, I understand that. So are you talking about moving the whole 266,000 to?
I'm talking about everything, every bit of cash you got. That way you can pick and choose whatever projects you want to.
Okay.
To
Well,
fund.
Like I said, I want to have a little time to look at that. But
Okay.
I understand what you're talking about, Edward. I appreciate that.
You
And
can
that's
bring
exactly
yours
what
back.
I'll do.
Yes. And mine then, if you're going to wait and bring yours back, then I think it's $373,023 total. I want to do the same thing, transfer from the ARPA to the Hilltop community, and I will bring projects back at a later date for that. That's my motion.
Second.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Somebody.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All those
We're all
in favor
thinking
say
about,
aye.
about something else. About mine.
All those in favor say aye. I believe
Aye.
that was unanimous. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Teresa.
Just
What?
I have to verify, but the remaining ARPA fund, the remaining Hurricane Harvey funds that'll be remaining is going to be like $94,000 after we do the swap and put everything into ARPA.
But then there'll be.
From that 2.2, so we took the entire 1.8, the 360 pending Commissioner Pusley's.
If you
movement.
took his
When
too.
we right, if
Because
we
it was $2
remove
million.
everything.
And
But there's also COs. There's
Yeah.
other
Well,
funds.
no, I'm just talking Hurricane
No, I know
Harvey
you
because
are.
that's what we're swapping. Just to say there will still be like 94,000 Hurricane Harvey funds remaining in addition to all the ARPA monies that we're switching into
Yeah, I've
Hilltop.
also got $3.4 million in COs in Hilltop.
Right, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just,
But those come
so
next.
all
They come next.
the four of us have transferred ours. Commissioner Pusley will come back at the next October 22nd, I think it's 22nd meeting,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
make his changes and potentially have his projects ready to move forward if he wants to do so. Correct, Commissioner, or you
Yes,
want me to
ma'am.
do something different? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Okay, then that. Amanda, are you good with all of that? Do you have anything you need to add? Thank you for being on here. I think we tried to make it simpler for you, so yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it very much. Moving on to agenda item 5 then. Discuss and consider authorizing the county judge to execute an American Institute of Architects construction contract with LMC Corporation in the amount of $3,790,329.16 under the Buy Board Cooperative Contract Number 728-24 for Bob Hall Pier, third-party concession building construction, subject to review and approval of the county attorney. And I think I see Scott and several people. Is there anybody we need in this one?
That's mine, Judge.
Go ahead.
Judge and Commissioners, this is, if you remember, our previous contractor, who's the pier contractor, who was also supposed to do the restaurant contract, decided they didn't want to do that, and so we let them out of that. That's a whole nother issue for a whole nother day. At the end of the day, we then went to the job order contracting method of coming up with a new contractor. And I will tell you, a ton of time has gone into this because these numbers came in way, way higher than this to begin with. And we were very fortunate because we've got a really great local team of people who have been working on this and working with me to get this number to a point of which it's reasonable, it's doable. We have the money in our contingency, and certainly with the additional money that I just put into it, that will only add more to our contingency that I'm sure we're going to need. So we are good to go on this. We have the funds available for this in the project. LMC is a company that's done quite a bit of work here locally for coastal parks primarily. So Scott Cross is very familiar, as is Scott Harris, on this. And this is just, I don't mean to belabor this, but it is a big deal to my constituents to know that we are moving forward with this. We are going to get this done. We do have the funds for it. It has been an ordeal of epic proportions, but we never gave up. We are moving forward, and I would make a motion to consider authorizing the county judge to execute, as she articulated, the American Institute of Architects contract, subject to the approval of the county attorney. And I don't know where you are on that. We put that on.
That evaluation has not been completed.
Right. That's why I put subject to, but I'm hoping y'all can get that done fairly quickly so we can keep this process moving. The hope is as soon as Jenny approves it, the judge will sign it, and then we'll be able to issue a notice to proceed on that project quickly. So that's my motion.
So has the architectural work
I'll
already
second
been
that
done?
motion for discussion.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that's COK.
That's okay.
Yes, Commissioner, that's COK has been involved in that. They've been part of the team that's.
So this is just a construction company?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Sounds good.
Any other?
Just COK, you're doing the architect, right?
Yes, sir.
So, do we pick two other architect companies already, or what?
No, they're the architect. Well,
Another one before them.
we had the engineer, which was Jacobs Engineering, and then COK came in. I don't know, it's been a year now, I think, and took this over. And we did that here in court, open court, and COK came in and took that over. And they have been very involved in helping us get this done. They've been a really big asset, as has land and
I thought we
many
had
people.
another architect company.
sorry?
I thought we had another architect
It was
company.
Jacobs Engineering, and so they engineered it, and it wasn't.
Completed.
We just felt like it wasn't.
But
what
we
we
paid
wanted.
them for that, I guess.
We paid Jacobs. They did a partial. They did the original, but they didn't do the final design. That's when it got stopped. And so instead of picking, when the funding came into play, instead of going back to Jacobs, we went to COK.
Okay.
That makes sense? Does that
Yeah.
answer?
So, whatever we pay them, it's a loss because of Jacobs.
On the original, on what they did originally, yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. We have go ahead. Sorry, Commissioner Moritz.
But Jacobs
Yes.
is still involved in this too, and they're still helping us with the engineering side on, I don't know, on the pier only, right, pier only. Go ahead.
So, Commissioner, appreciate you mentioning a lot that I had questions on with this project, so I know we're going to be asked. So, contingency, it was already included.
Yes, sir.
This is not an additional cost, so we don't see this inflating the cost overall. We already budgeted for this.
We had a very large contingency. As you know, I've added additional dollars.
Right.
Being completely transparent, I've done it here. I've added additional dollars to this project because there have been some additional, I'll just say, there's been additional cost on this project because of the contractor pulling out. And it's cost us more to do this than we had it under contract for. So this is additional cost, but it's in the contingency, and it's been then also covered by the additional precinct funds that I put into the project, ARPA, things of that nature.
So, okay.
So this project is over budget. This is over the original 3.2 million deducted change order that we did with Callan, because construction costs have gone up, and because of Callan, I'm trying to be nice as I can to Callan, because they didn't want to do it and they bailed on it, and we have had to make do. And fortunately, we had a large contingency in the overall contract, and then I've added additional funds through this court, with this court's approval, of precinct 4 funds as well. So if that's not answering, tell me, I'll try it again.
No, I think it is. I think, the community is going to see, hey, there's this amount when we first talked about it, and then it jumped up. And I get it. You want to talk about material costs. You want to talk about stuff happens. Contractors pull out for various amount of reasons. I get that.
Money.
And I think your explanation has been very clear. So I hope that whoever's watching this today will understand that those are the reasons why. Right, because I plan to accept it. You have brought everything before us. You've been very transparent in everything that's happened. You have tried to build a contingency, but this is more than what we originally. We all thought, right? What you thought, what was presented to the court, we thought there's the amount, and then it's changed. So, lessons learned. If you don't jump on a project soon, it's going to change on you for various amount of reasons. And we've all approved it prior. So this is just to make this official and a final notice to the community why we're doing this.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So the loss, I'm sorry, the loss was $3 million?
No, the original deducted change order that we did with Callan was $3.2 million and some change, and that includes the county concession and this restaurant space. This is for 3.7 and some change, almost 3.8. So the additional cost, because the first contractor said we're not going to do it, is that. That's the difference. It's $550, and so that's being completely transparent. It's cost us more. That's an issue that we're going to deal with later with the contractor. But for now, I've got to figure out how to get it built. And
$150,000.
Pardon me?
$150,000.
Yes, sir. Yeah, roughly, maybe close to $6 million.
Okay.
And again, being completely transparent, that's additional time by our team. It's a ton of extra. My time doesn't count, but additional time, it's
Okay.
it's not.
We're finding that in a lot of our projects, Hilltop, the putting it off and the redoing that we've had to do.
We're going to deal with that later with the contractor, with the prior contractor, but for now,
lessons learned.
Trying to get it built.
So any other discussion? We have a motion and a second.
Don't worry.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number 6, discuss and consider increasing all on the Nueces County hangar airport leases by 10%. I believe we had some of these on our last agenda. These are some of the following ones. This is the same price I think y'all have already approved. I signed some of these contracts last time. I'd make the motion to approve today.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 7, discuss and consider authorizing and approving execution of an agreement with Syntec Systems for Fuel Master and Fuel Management Systems at the county airport. Commissioner Pusley, I believe you put this on.
Yes, ma'am. This is a contract that we want to execute. We have due to our work with TxDOT in the past, and Commissioner Marks was very heavily involved and instrumental in this. We have a very, very nice fueling system now at our airport. We used to have a tank in the ground with a filling station fuel pump on it, and now we have a very sophisticated system that TxDOT helped pay for. And this is a system that is utilized to manage that, and they come out on a regular basis and inspect the system, fix any problems, and then if we have problems, we can call them, and they will come out and take care of the issues. So the airport board met and discussed this extensively, and they have recommended approval of this, so I would like to make a motion to approve.
Has this,
Second. I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead. So we have a motion and a second. This has gone through procurement and county attorney and everybody's nodding their heads, so we're good.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 8, discuss and consider exceptions to the sending and receiving of electronic EFT payments and all related matters. This came up before, and I know we have implemented a policy because of the situation that the county just recently went through. So, Constance, I believe your office has taken the lead on this item. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. At the last Commissioners Court meeting, which was on September the 24th, a motion was made to ratify Judge Scott's decision not to issue any wires for vendors until further notice, until a complete review of the internal processes could be completed, with the exception of payroll. The court had also asked for a listing of electronic payments and deposits that the county currently sends and receives, and that list has been included in your agenda packet. Since the last meeting, I have received many comments from individuals, including elected officials, regarding electronic payments. And I understand, everyone's concerns on both sides of the conversation. And so I did some research on best practices that I would like to share with y'all. So first of all, I discovered that there's not one form of payment that is 100% secure. There are pros and cons of using paper checks as well as electronic payments. And organizations need to use what they feel is the safest, with safety measures, of course, being put in place. So on Monday, I attended a webinar that was put on by the Institute of Finance and Management that stated that paper checks are the most vulnerable method of payment. And when you think about it, it really makes sense, because on that piece of paper that you are sending in the mail, you have all of your banking account information, the routing number, the account number, the signers on the account, and the name on the account. You drop it in the mail and you're giving it to a third party to deliver to someone else. And if that gets intercepted or lost in the mail, a bad actor is what they call them, are people who can alter the payee. They can copy your check and create their own checks using your bank account information. This organization noted that 79% of businesses were victims of attempted or actual payment fraud in 2024, with check fraud attempts seeing the significant activity in 24, with 63% of these businesses reporting this type of fraud. The organization recommends electronic forms of payment. I also checked with the Government Finance Officers Association, we call that GFOA, who is the standard for governments, and they recommend a best practice for governments to use electronic payments for all payments for a multitude of reasons, including the elimination of occurrence of lost or stolen checks, as this other entity had mentioned, the reduction of security risk, the need to eliminate storage of paper, the handling and processing of paper checks, and reducing the time spent on reconciliations. But again, they too stress that internal controls must be in place. They went on to say that governments need to review and make changes to their business processes, safeguards, and internal controls as well. For example, a detailed ACH payment policy should be developed. Employees should be educated and empowered to be responsibly suspicious regarding payments and payment type changes. Employees need to be encouraged to question things, and training should be made available to employees on social engineering and these type of ACH fraud schemes. That webinar that I attended on Monday stated that business email compromises, they call it BEC, was the leading method of payment fraud in 2024, with third-party impersonations being the most frequent type of business email compromise scams. And so for Nueces County, for me, that really hit home, because it just showed that we were not alone in what happened to us earlier this year. These types of phishing scams ranked as the #1 complaint from the FBI's, they call it IC3 report, which is an internal crime complaint center. So for Nueces County and for the county auditor's office, this was a wake-up call. The county auditor's office has now put in place written procedures, since I've been there, for setting up suppliers by accounts payable, And the staff impacted by this has had the policy reviewed with them, and they've signed the policy understanding it.
Hold on one second. Sorry to interrupt you. What are you
Reading from.
She's just talking. It's the backup is this in
Yeah.
your agenda. She did a seminar, is what she's talking about. So they were searching for what you were saying.
No,
and
I'm just
said-
reading. I just wrote so
She
I wouldn't
wrote a
forget what.
speech
Yeah,
so
what
she
to say.
wouldn't forget comments. So
Right.
there's nothing but the backup in here
Right.
that lists
And I
the
did
different
put part of that
entities.
in the backup information in the agenda packet as well.
Sorry,
That's
I knew
okay.
they were searching for
Oh,
something.
I'm sorry.
So
Okay,
before
sure,
we
sure.
missed everything
I can share
you
this
said.
with you too if you'd like afterwards.
That'd probably be good.
Okay. IT also has their annual cybersecurity training, and employees are encouraged to question departments, even department directors, when they come to us asking for changes to be made. So you can conclude that there's no one can guarantee that either type of payment method can prevent any type of misdirection of payments 100% of the time. But based on what I found, electronic payments with internal processes in place is the safest form of payment. And because of that, the county auditor's office, and I in particular, are recommending that Nueces County return to full utilization of electronic payments.
And what are the processes you have done since our incident that had to make us feel confident that
Yes, ma'am.
this won't happen again?
So we have now a written procedure in place for our accounts payable department. The employees have been trained. They've signed off on the policy that they understand. No changes to payment methods can be made without the county auditor or the first assistant approving it. So no staff person can go in and make a change in the system
And
now.
banking information.
Banking,
They
yes, ma'am, that's
can't
correct.
make any changes. It has to be the auditor or first assistant.
Or the first, yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Yeah. And they make it or they sign off on it?
The employee will recommend it, but then it has to be approved and implemented in the system by the county auditor or the first assistant.
They implement it too.
Implement,
Yes,
yes, ma'am.
that's what I meant.
Yes.
Okay.
Question.
Go ahead.
So, Jenny, my understanding of a lost check is if someone, or stolen check, is that if you steal my check and the bank cashes a check from somebody that's not their check, then that's on the bank and not on the person who wrote the check. So that may be wrong, that may be right, but I would ask you to check that, because that's the shifting of liability issue on the lost or stolen checks versus wires, because if we wire it wrong, it's on us, 100%. That money that went away because whoever didn't follow their procedure, and I sure would like to know a report on who did that and what were the consequences for that person too. I haven't heard anything about that, or those people who did that. But my understanding is if someone steals a check and the bank cashes that check from a person who's not authorized to have that check cashed, that's on the bank. And so there's a liability issue between lost and stolen checks and wires. And that's a big deal to me because, again, and I can be outvoted, but I'm not voting to return wires regardless of Constance's wonderful research. I don't agree. But I think there's a liability issue that we need to have addressed on this, because if someone steals a check, I don't think that's on us if the bank cashes a stolen check. I think that's on the bank who stole it. If we wire money wrong because of phishing or whatever, and we wire, I don't even want to say how much money we wire out of this county. I talked to Kevin this week, and it's with the B. So if we're going to be attacked regularly in this county on wires, if someone steals a check and the bank cashes it, I don't think that's on Nueces County. I think that's going to be on the bank. And that's the liability shift that people need to be real aware of when making decisions on this, that I think needs to be addressed very, very quickly before we undo anything that we've already done.
Commissioner, can I make a point of clarification for you? So the situation that happened with Nueces County, the county did not wire to, let me put it this way. It was a phishing scam. So someone didn't come into our system and hack our system.
I didn't
Okay, I'm just saying that. So it was a process that we did not have in place prior to me being in that office. The employees that were responsible for ultimately are no longer with the Nueces County. I just want you to know that. So
I think that's important to say, and I think that's important for the public to know.
And it hasn't been
because
said before, but
I
yeah,
have
those
not
people
heard
are.
that. So if I missed that, that's on
No,
me.
it hasn't been said before.
It has not been said? Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate you saying that because I did not know that.
So yeah, I just wanted to let you know
No, I
that it was a phishing scam. It was an email that could have been prevented if proper policies and procedures were in place at that time.
I completely understand, and
Yes, sir.
it is absolutely,
So
best policies have to be followed.
Yes, sir.
And the amounts of money that we allow people to wire is ripe with potential for, I'm not accusing anybody, but when you're talking about the amount of money that we're wiring on a regular basis, it's going to be very tempting to even the most honest of people to do things that could be very scary. And I'm hoping that that person who did it before just made a mistake, but that's a very expensive mistake. Whereas if someone steals a check, I don't think that mistake falls back on the taxpayers of Nueces County. I think it'll fall on the bank that cashed a check that shouldn't have been cashed. But I'll defer to Jenny's legal opinion on that when she gets it.
And
But
just one more point, sir. I don't mean to belabor it, but with paper checks as well, and I'm not going to mention it out in open court, but I can talk to you about it separately, that there are avenues that definitely could have been taken, that someone could have taken a paper check as well, and I can tell you that offline.
sure, absolutely. But again, that's a stolen check that if a bank cashes that
I'm not talking
check,
stolen checks, sir.
they took it and it's not supposed to be.
I'll tell you later, offline.
Pardon me?
I'll tell you offline.
Okay. Well, okay.
I'm also told by some of the other electeds and their departments too that they will require additional resources, high volume printers, toners, folding machine, check stock, postage. It's
And staffing as well.
Yeah, staffing for this kind of change as well. I don't disagree that it's a major issue, and we have to do everything in our power to make sure that it doesn't happen. I would like to get Jenny's answer that you just asked the question. Yes, Commissioner Chesney, if for me, I'd like to maybe bring this back if we could get it this afternoon after executive or something to get that answer for that. But I really see that we're going to have we're not a small company. We're not a small entity. We have lots of revenue and lots of things going on, which opens us up by all means. So I think anyone moving forward, if we choose to move forward, should also have to follow that policy, because in a couple of these departments, they have their own banking information and checking accounts or something. I think you audit it at the end of the year, but you don't make their payments for them or anything like that.
I'll defer to Lorenzo on that. I think most of them go through Treasury.
On tax assessor collector?
Do they go through Treasury, Lorenzo?
Not when it's out. Not when it's a different bank other than Frost, and that's the point she's making. Like, we have American Bank that several departments use to deliver funds back into our Frost Bank.
Yes.
And that's not handled by my department.
So there would have to be a countywide policy.
Yes.
For checks.
And Commissioner Modis, I'm sorry, you have a question?
So
Or comment, sorry.
your recommendation takes us back to how we were operating before, with safeguards, with additional safeguards. Paper doesn't protect us. Unfortunately, it's very thin. It can be ripped up easily, thrown away in the trash. But I get it. I mean, we got to put something in place, something written. I am concerned, but we are a big company, but there's bigger companies than us, right, that have fallen victim to this. Public, private sector. It's this reality. This is what the ongoing cost of government and operations is, and what it means to have and pass a robust budget that covers all those costs. So we as local policymakers need to understand that. Our state delegation needs to understand that when they put more constraints on us as a county. That's for another day, but I think it's worth seeing every chance that we get. Aside from that,
we all agree.
We need to be realistic that we are reacting as fast as we can, right? Of course, staff did, and they had to, right? They took the steps. We got the update as fast as we could as a court, and we responded to try to stem any other, kind of to stop the hemorrhaging, which we think we did.
We did.
But we found out there was a lot of other issues by our policy, what that had implications for. So that's my concern. Now, I'm glad that the judge and you, Constance, brought this onto the agenda to deal with, because I think your recommendation is what we need to get everything in line. All the other issues that we have going into a new fiscal year have found, and some of our employees I know are discovering, and we've been discovering over this last week or so. So I'll just leave it at that, that I think that as long as this helps curtail and cover issues, anything dealing with benefits, right, with HR, with the transitions that we've done, with our transfer over to a new insurance provider, premiums for medical, dental, accident, life, flex card, all of that's associated. If that is all covered by this policy, then I wholeheartedly support it, because we just have to, because we are in a tremendous bind that if we do paper checks or this keep with this current policy, it's causing problems. And so we got to get this sped up so that we don't have additional issues that our employees and or their dependents have to fight through bureaucracy to get done. So that's my concern, and I will, like I said, wholeheartedly support this policy change.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, Commissioner?
Yeah, just real quickly, and I agree with Commissioner Mars' comments. As a person who supports IT for saving time, money, and effort on everybody's part, it's hard for me not to support doing these electronic transfers. But I'm glad to hear that we've adopted a policy that we're going to live by and live by strictly, and that the employees who work in those departments have signed a document stating that they understand if they violate that policy, they're going to be in big trouble.
That's in the county auditor's office, but we'll share it countywide.
Understood. But, and I think that's what we have to do. We have to have the policies in place that allow us to do the things that we need to conduct business as efficiently as we possibly can. And the comment about the insurance part, I would like to have more information about how we are covered for insurance on these kinds of deals. And hopefully when we bring a new IT director in, we can also implement some policies that will help take care of some of these phishing issues that are coming in here as well.
Mr. Just to address one of your questions, it's my understanding that fiscal year 25 was the first year we actually had cybersecurity insurance.
Yeah.
So that was new this last year.
Yeah. Okay. So I'd like to have some more information when we have about what that covers, how much it covers, all of the A's, B's, and C's about that. Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Wait, do you want us to bring this back after executive was giving the county attorney time to answer the question then? And I think we're ready to vote. It doesn't need to be held off any longer. Just let her answer the commissioner's question, and then we'll come back. If she can answer him directly or report to us all after court.
Do we need HR on that discussion, or is that
You might want,
Mr. Landers?
having HR's input now might help inform the
I
other.
see him in the back. He might have walked in at the end of a conversation, so we may need to enlighten him, but if you'll go to the podium, Mr. Landers. We were discussing the countywide policy for the paper checks or EFTs. What you had a question for him? I'm sorry, Commissioner Miles.
I was just kind of mentioning that our previous policy action that we took had unforeseen complexity to processing and changing over. It's just kind of perfect storm where we were moving to a new provider, and there were some issues that were there, I think, that held us back. One was other timing, but it just also we didn't help ourselves by pushing for a paper. I don't want to get too much into details, so I don't know if that is anything that needs to be discussed in executive session or not, but you can confirm that we had some problems. Had we had electronic fund transfer that probably would have helped speed up some of the transitioning that we had. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. A great example for that is the flexible spending account cards from Frost Bank. If the payment had been electronic, the cards would most likely have been issued because the issue would have been settled. I know that with the examples I've been given by Blue Cross Blue Shield and also by the HSA Bank representatives, that it significantly delays payment when a paper check is sent out because it has to be sent to a processing center, which adds another 48 hours to the payment being processed. And as far as the flexible spending accounts, that issue, forgive me if I've missed you deciding on that. Because it hasn't been decided yet, those cards have not been sent to folks who may have been depending upon them at this point in the month.
But we're working on it, and it should be resolved, hopefully.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Chesney, it looks like you're the one that still has a question. Do you want us still to wait till after executive to bring it for the vote, or are you okay?
No, you can call vote whenever you want.
Well,
You know how I'm voting. I don't care.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
I
but
get the votes are there. I'm going to vote no forever and ever on this. I'm not changing no matter what. So y'all do whatever you need to do, because I will be on the records voting no when we lose the next $2 million.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We appreciate it, and I will vote to go back to our original policy with the recommendations and the policies put in place in the departments, and encouraging any other department that deals with financial transactions of this kind that they implement this exact same policy, and if they have not done so, they don't do EFTs until they have adopted the policy, would be my motion.
Okay. I'll second that with one quick question. And this is no knock on Constance whatsoever, but I understand we've hired a new auditor. Okay. Have we discussed this issue with the new auditor? Should we wait and not have input from the new auditor with respect to this?
I just want to make one comment. I know the new auditor, and he's very
He's fully aware.
Think he would support this?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I withdraw my question. And I second the motion.
Yes. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Surprise. 4 ayes and 1 no. The motion passes with the strong input that, as we stated in this motion, if you do those kind of transfers, whether you're a tax assessor, collector, or treasurer, or whatever, you also implement the same policy or similar policy to protect the county. Yes. Item number 9. Discuss and consider approving the filing of the fiscal year 23-24 annual comprehensive financial report with the Commissioners Court, and I believe this is your agenda item. We have to approve this, though. There is a vote.
So, yes, I'm happy to report that the audit for fiscal year 23-24 was completed on September 30th, 2024. I have to be honest with you, it was a painful process, and it was the first audit that was done after the implementation of Workday. And so we had accounting information from both systems, the legacy system and One Solution and Workday. And it was quite challenging. We found a lot of corrections that needed to be made. And I do want to thank our external auditors, Patello, Brown, and Hill, because they really went above and beyond to help us get this audit completed by September the 30th. There were unthinkable hours that were worked by them and by our staff. And so I want to send a thank you to everyone who helped get this completed. Today we're going to talk about the major takeaways from the audit, and each of you received an electronic copy, but I did place on the dais today a physical copy of the audit, which you have before you. So slide number 2, if we go to the next slide, please. I do want to let y'all know that Nueces County received an unqualified opinion for the financial audit for fiscal year 2024. And for those of you that aren't familiar, this is the most favorable type of opinion that an auditor can give. And it means that the financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects. And just to read the other bullets, the auditors also ensured that the financial statements for 24 have met all the requirements for generally accepted accounting principles. The auditors performed a test of controls over cash disbursements and noted that all controls were in place and were functioning well. And they ensured that the Government Finance Officers Association, the GFOA review comments that we got on our last year's audit had been addressed and corrected. And because of this, we did submit the ACFR, the ACFR as we call it, to GFOA for this audit for fiscal 24 for review. And we're hoping that we will receive the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for this audit as well. So the next slide, please. On page 12 of the audit report, it shows that our countywide net position as of September the 30th was $126,933,365, which is an increase of about $12.8 million from the prior year. Government-wide revenues are on page 7, and they were $221.8 million, which was a slight decrease from the prior year. And we know that it was due to our property tax situation that we had in 2024. And then our countywide expenses were $209.1 million, which was also a decrease because we were very conservative in 2024. And so in that little circle there, you'd see that we had a net increase in net position of $12.8 million, or 8.4%. So overall, it was a very good report in 2024. We can go to the next slide, please. So I know fund balances are always important to everyone. These are some of the major funds, and these show an increase or decrease in the fund balances for fiscal year 2024. General fund is always a big item. We know we had a decrease because of the property tax situation, but we still ended up our fund balance with $20,997,005. And we had included in the budget $20,223,527. So we're pretty close with the budget that we had presented. Yeah, we estimated that we were going to end 24 in. So the next slide, please. Again, we're going to talk a little bit further about the general fund. This is the 25% target that we have. That little table on the left shows what the fund balance has been historically, what the target has been. And you can see for 2024, we didn't quite make the target. But I would like to cautiously report that this hopefully will change in 2025. And so I'll leave a little cliffhanger there so you will see what's going to happen hopefully in 2025. And could we move to the next slide, please? So in fiscal 25, just a little teaser there. So we received $4.5 million from CC Polymers for payment in lieu of taxes, which had not been budgeted. And we, thanks to Judge Scott and the Commissioner's Court, we also had a sale of land to the Port of Corpus Christi at the very end of September of $14.1 million. So this is going to add to our fund balance, which we'll report probably, I was going to say later this year, but November is next month. So in the next few months, you will
good
know,
shape.
Yeah, we should be in good shape for 2025 as far as the general fund goes. So that's good news, finally, that we can report. And then the next slide. Okay, so the next couple of slides show the single audit, and the single audit is for our grants. And that is the smaller spiral bound report that you have in front of you as well. So the single audit is for grants, and it is required for audits in 2024 for entities that spend $750,000 or more in federal funds in a fiscal year. And it's called a single audit because it combines your financial statement audit with an audit of compliance. And again, I'm happy to report that Nueces County received an unqualified opinion, which is the most favorable opinion for our grants for 2024. So on the next slide, I do want to say that we had two major programs, one federal one, which is the Corona State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, or ARPA, and the state funds, which was the Public Defender Office with Mental Health Division. Now, although we did receive an unqualified opinion, we did have two major or material weaknesses that were noted in the audit. The first one was the timing of the financial statements, which they should have been produced for the grants by June 30th. It was September 30th. And then the second one was due to, I would say, the software implementation as well as change in personnel. we had issues with the recording of transactions for our grants. We feel that these are unique and extraordinary circumstances that will not occur again did not occur in fiscal 25. And basically that concludes my report. I mean, it was a very good audit. It was, like I said, it was a painful audit, but one that needed to be completed, and it has been completed. We can put that behind us and now move forward. So that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Great presentation, great work. Thank you. Thank you.
Make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes with one commissioner stepping out. Yes. Item number 10, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates, workshop dates, and related matters. I was wondering, I have a question, if we could potentially cancel the November the 19th Commissioners Court meeting. I know in the past several years we have had one for November and one for December, and I have a conflict on that day. I would ask for it to be changed. Yeah, but
Sure.
yeah.
You want to pick another date or just cancel the whole meeting?
Well, we have Thanksgiving then too, so it's kind of hard to pick another date, or you're having back to back. If we change one in November, we usually just do one and one in.
I'm good.
Yeah. Is that all right? And I'll make the motion to cancel the 19th.
Judge,
Go ahead.
oh, second, I'm sorry, and then question. So our meeting is November 5th.
Mm-hmm.
I know this happened last year. I don't know if we moved it or not. It was the day after Election Day. This year, we don't care because it's just the constitutional amendments, and so who's going to be celebrating or mourning that? But we should probably make it a practice of
changing that
if we're going to do it just a week later.
Yeah.
Also, we still have to canvass. Don't we usually have to canvass still? And even though we only need 2 members of court, maybe just do it all.
And you have to do another meeting.
Yeah. So I don't know if we have to do that for constitutional elections as well. Do we have to do all of them? I know we only have to have 2, but if we're going to meet a week later.
So would you suggest the 12th meeting then too this year? Get rid of the 19th and move the meeting to the 12th?
I'm talking out loud, which is dangerous. So I don't know. I haven't even checked to see. Well, I mean, the 12th sounds good, but.
Let's just.
No, I'm not on the 12th, though. So.
Oh, are you?
Okay. Just leave it like it is. So
for next year.
Yeah, for next year. We do need to focus on the day after an election is hard on any of us. So.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second to cancel our November the 19th meeting. Any, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Cancel completely?
The motion passes. Moving on to item B, I see Scott here, and he usually makes it quick for us. So we've got just a few. Coastal Parks B1.
Recommend approval.
Let's at least tell them what it is.
Okay.
Discuss and consider approval of a no dune protection permit determined for proposed construction of 4,220 square foot, 3-story large scale single family residence on a lot in Puerto Velargo, now Meraki Beach in Port Aransas. This has been approved by the
BMAC, GLO.
GLO, everybody, sorry. Motion to approve. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 2, discuss and consider approval of a large-scale no-dune protection permit determination request for the Nueces County Briscoe King Pavilion renovation.
And this one does include the renovations to the old and the footprint for the new. And I figure you may have a couple questions here, but I recommend approval.
Make the motion to approve.
Second.
The only questions I have is just when will there be a presentation on where we are on that? So it's really not.
We have a meeting tomorrow morning. We're at 90%, and so we can get it over to City Developmental Services Plan Review. And once we get their input on Plan Review, then we can get this thing presented and ready to go out the street.
So can you put that on our agenda for the next meeting so that the court can see since we're at 90%?
Yes, sir.
So
I can do that.
Can see where we are on that. Really cool project that's
with some pictures, maybe? Didn't we say before, Commissioner?
This doesn't include the dune walkover. I have 100% plans and specs for the dune walkover that I want to rebuild, but I'm trying to wait to see how that transition is going to come in.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and you're going to bring that back.
Yes, ma'am.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
And just, Scott,
Item-
just make sure that is on the next agenda for the court to see the 90% design before it goes out.
Okay, now, I won't have City of Developmental Services input that fast. That takes about
I
6.
want the
Okay.
court to see it.
Okay.
If it's
We're
our
good.
project, I don't really care what no offense, but it's
Okay.
our project, not theirs, so.
Okay.
I'm being transparent.
No. Me too.
Discuss and consider number 3, approval of large-scale no-dune protection permit determination request for Nueces County Coastal Parks Department for the reconstruction of Gold Beach Access Road and associated paved ADA compliant landing.
There's your road, Commissioner.
Make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
And it's got the ADA access so we can be fully compliant with federal and state ADA regulations and fire safety code per the state city fire marshal.
And have we
Yes,
got the
City
final approval on this from GLO?
Yep.
Because okay.
So
So
you've
that's
already
fine.
out.
Okay, that's a big deal. So I'm going to stop for a second because I know it's not a big deal to everybody else, but it's a big deal to us because we've been working on this. And thanks to the judge for her help on this as well.
Yeah, I think I emailed you all. They helped
Yeah.
me get this from the fire marshal. So
Yeah, this is a
thank
big
you.
deal, and Chief Wade called me a couple weeks ago to make sure that we were good on it, and they approved it, and the GLOs approved this. So what that means is we will have a road and a landing area, parking, whatever you want to call it, by Bob Hall Pier. So that's a big question that gets asked all the time. We've been waiting on this. The funding's been there since we started the project from Road District 4. But this is a big deal for that Bob Hall Pier project, and I want to stop and just say that real quick because we will have that road and we will have that parking. So
Yep, and
thank
you've already funded the engineering and design specs. It's at 100% sealed, ready to go, and you've also funded the construction portion of it. So now all we got to do is run it through our JOC program, see what kind of price point we can get, and get it built because we are not going to get a C of O for people to get on that pier until we get this done.
Right, but we want to time that building with not a bunch of construction trucks running over it. So
So you're
let's
not
keep that.
ruining the road before we
Yeah,
get it.
yeah, we've got a lot of coordination.
Yep, okay.
Scott, can you send the other commissioners, if they want one, I'd like to have one, the plan of what that road and parking area will look like? And
Yeah, you just want the diagram plan. Do you need to see all the detail specs?
No, I don't need the details.
Okay.
I just want to see an aerial photograph of what it's going to look like.
If do you have the backup to this? Because
Attachments from the.
Is it on there?
yeah, it's in there.
Because
Okay,
it's
well, I'll
in
find
the
it then.
DPP application.
Okay,
as an
all right,
attachment.
thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
I got asked about it the other day, it's the only reason I want to know.
Yeah, no, I
I get
understand.
asked about it all the time.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank y'all.
Good to see you.
Bless you. Awesome.
Moving on to C, purchasing. Michael Robinson. C1, discuss and consider conditional selection of Ameritex elevator for elevator maintenance services.
So on this item, we received 2 proposals from Ameritex and TK Elevator. The the evaluation committee met on September 29th to review the proposals. Evaluations were conducted in accordance with the published criteria and weightings, and the recommendation is conditional selection for Ameritex Elevator, and Public Works recommends approval.
Since, I'll second that motion for discussion, but since we had someone here in public comment this morning asking about this was posted standard, or were
Yes, ma'am.
everybody was allowed to bid on this? This wasn't done any differently than all the rest of our
Yeah, just a
contracts?
standard process. We ran ads on the week of 8/25 and 9/1, posted also on the county website and on publicpurchase.com. I
And
received,
we only had 2 bids turned in?
correct, it's elevator services. It's not usually a big competitive, at least in our area. And this is
I
the
know
first time
she's
I've
here,
ever
and I know
put
she
out a bid for
commented about
elevator
it, so I
services.
wanted to
Correct.
make sure we followed the same policies and procedures, that no one was left out or it wasn't done any other way. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
The company that you're recommending, are they local?
Juan, do you want to speak to that? I'll let Juan speak to that.
Yes, Commissioner, they have an office here.
They have an office here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's not just like a cubicle they've rented
Yeah,
somewhere?
they have an office with
Yeah.
staff and
no,
maintenance
sir.
people here.
No, sir,
They're
not
going
that I
to
know
be
of.
2 hours away to get to us before they can repair anything.
So if
Yeah.
somebody's stuck in the elevator, we can get them out within the next 24 hours?
Right, and the other thing I'll add, Commissioner, is at this point in the process, it's a conditional selection only.
Okay.
What this does is allow Juan to do some additional conversations with the proposed vendor and determine if it does in fact meet with all of his requirements, and if so, then we'll come back and bring a contract for the
Value
court to
engineering
approve.
work to be done, yeah.
Possibly, yes, sir.
I would keep those comments in mind, though,
So
Mr. Pimentel.
if that doesn't work, then
If-
you go
Goes
to the
back
next,
out?
or you go back out, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the choices, yes. We can do either of those two.
You go number 2, or you go
As the court
back
wishes,
out.
yes.
Okay.
Might as well go to 2.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item D1 from the auditor, discuss and consider approving budget amendment number 15 for fiscal year 24-25 and related matters.
Yes, but these have been reviewed and are recommended for approval.
So moved.
We have a
Okay.
motion and a second. On, do you have a question? Sorry. It's just budget amendments, the regular budget for the end of the year. Well, no, for regular year. Sorry.
So budget amendment.
Do you have any, are they anything in particular? Sorry, my book wasn't open. Do you have a question, Commissioner?
No, okay.
No. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously then. I believe now it looks like we are ready to go to executive unless any.
Judge, real quick,
Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to take a minute, since this is Constance's last meeting as
It's not.
as interim auditor.
Not, because he's not starting until November 3rd.
Oh, do we have another?
We have another
Oh,
meeting.
Never mind.
Hello.
I'll wait till next.
It's like,
But I did
wait,
want to
wait,
thank.
wait.
But I did want to just. I'll say it anyway. I just want to thank her for everything she's done and stepped in, and I'll say it again in October. I forgot. You're right. I'm premature, but I really do appreciate all the work that you've
We
done,
all
and I know
do,
Teresa's
very
helped
much.
a lot with all having to do a lot of extra work while you were over there. So thank you all very much, and I know it's been a heck of a task, and
job,
really
good
do
job,
appreciate
good
everything you've done. So thank you very much.
Absolutely, yes.
Good job.
And she's
Sorry,
done
you're
an
right.
excellent job.
I jumped the
I
gun.
was like,
I
hold
didn't- I
on,
thought that was-
guys,
I
we're
thought he
not.
was starting sooner than
Believe
that.
me, I would take her tomorrow back, but
As usual.
Yeah, why is he starting so late?
it's just the date he gave. I don't know.
That's
He has a job. Maybe he needs to give notice at as well. But item number 4, executive session. Public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into an executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provision of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in the executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, 551.089. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with the attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in the executive session. Today's item A is consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to the lease for the new Children's Advocacy Center and related matters. Take action in open session if necessary. Texas Government Code 551.071. Item B, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to CPS Energy and related matters, 551.071. Take action in open session if necessary. Item C, consult with the county attorney regarding the potential tax increment reinvestment zone, TERS number 7 in the London area and all related matters. Take action in open session if necessary. And I assume, is that 551.071 as well, or on the TERS? Oh, we don't have it in my notes.
Oh, yes.
Yes, 551.071. Then item D, consult with the county attorney pursuant to section 551.071 Texas Government Code to receive legal advice pertaining to the county's rights, duties, and privileges and obligations arising out of the proposed collective bargaining agreement negotiation under Chapter 174 TLGC between the representative of Nueces County and the NCSOA and related legal matters. Take action in open session if necessary. Item E, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel on legal issues regarding the Corpus Christi Housing Authority's tax exemption and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in regular session if needed. Item 3A2, excuse me one second. Discuss and consider adopting and approving an order abolishing the Office of Justice of the Peace Precinct 1, Place 2, to be effective December 31st, 2026, at the end of the current office holder's term, and that is the 551.071 as well. Correct. It is, if that is all, it is 11:58, and we are going to executive.
We might have to do some of that.
It is 2:53, and we are back from executive session, back into regular session. Item A in executive session, I believe I have a motion from Commissioner Modis.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion authorizing the county judge to sign a lease agreement for the Nueces County Children's Advocacy Center.
Temporary lease.
Temporary lease.
Yes, I'll second that. Or
Second.
somebody else. Commissioner Gonzalez seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. On item D, consult with the county attorney to receive legal advice. The county writes on the collective bargaining agreement with the sheriff's officer. I will make a motion based on the tentative agreement signed by the Nueces County Sheriff Officers Association and the county judge this morning. A motion to approve the agreement that has been tentatively agreed upon.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And there are no other motions from executive session. We will go back to item 3A2. Discuss and consider adopting and approving an order abolishing the Office of Justice of the Peace, Precinct 1, Place 2, to be effective December 31st, 2026, at the end of the current office holder's term. Commissioner Pusley, this is your item. I'll let you take it over from here. I know there's lots of information and discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I've got a number of slides here I want to go through, and hopefully our IT thing works okay. First of all, this is a map showing our 5 JP precincts. We have 5 JP precincts in Nueces County, and Precinct 1 being the only precinct that has 3 JPs. And I also want to mention when these precincts are developed, they're done just like they do for Commissioners Court. They make certain that each one of these JP precincts is balanced as far as population is concerned. So they each contain about the same size population as compared to each other. So some of them geographically are larger, and that was done in instances where we needed to capture additional population into those respective precincts. So we can go to the next slide. So that's not showing the whole slide. Okay, so what I did is, in looking through all the information, I wanted to do something where we were comparing apples to apples. So what I did was went through the software that the JP courts utilize for their case documentation, and we did a 4-year look back on their cases, with the one asterisk being here at the 2024, 2025. That's as of, those numbers are as of September 24th of this year. But this is for JP Precinct 1-1, which is of the 3, the larger of the one hearing cases in this county, and as of September of this year, their caseload or cases closed was 5,394 cases. We'll go to the next slide, please. And this is the court we're looking at doing away with. This is Judge Santana's court. And as you can see, his numbers have remained fairly flat over the course of this 4-year look back, and are significantly less than what we have in JP 1-1 court. And go to the next slide, please. This is our other JP court, and we based this on the same scale so that we're looking at apples to apples here. And as you can see, JP 1-3 is significantly lower than even the other 2 courts. And I visited with Judge Rubio here just a couple of weeks ago about her cases, and she told me that the vast majority of her cases that she does now, she's doing via Zoom. She's not even having to have people come to the courtroom. And so just looking at those first 3, I think there's plenty, ample opportunity for, if we do away with the 1-2 court, for us to easily pick up the load. It can also be said that, in some respects, this will be an opportunity for the county to advertise that there are additional JP locations. There's still going to be 8 JP locations in our 5 JP districts, and that for the convenience of many of the people, we can also do some advertising, even with our new online iPhone app that we're going to have here shortly, that what JP courts are available to them, and that as Judge Rubio pointed out, a number of those cases can be heard even via a Zoom conference and not have to even go to a JP office, which would be much more convenient for people in the county. So go to the next slide. This is Judge Woolsey's court, and she, of all of the JPs, are closing more cases on a year-in, year-out basis. She was the largest of all 9 JPs. The next slide will show Judge Rodriguez's, and she's also fairly large, but her numbers have decreased slightly over the last 2 years. The next one is Judge Lawrence over in Bishop, and I haven't had a chance to look at what the anomaly was for 2022, 2023, but I'm not sure that's what that was a result of, but we'll go back and look at it. But anyways, cases as of this year have gone back to what they had historically been showing. Duncan Neblitz, the next court, that's our court over in Port Aransas. And as you can see, there's a very small caseload in that respective JP court. Go to the next one, which is Judge Bobby Gonzalez's court. Those, as you see, his caseload has been pretty flat across the 4-year period of time. And then you go to the court, Judge Pena's court over in Aladusi, which is the lowest number of cases that are handled out of all of the 8 JPs. I mean 9 JPs, sorry. Then the next slide, what we did is summed all of those together and on one slide for you just for the 2024-2025 year up through September, which shows you where the caseloads are with respect. And again, JP 1-1 and JP 2-1 currently are the largest showing of cases closed. The next slide, I looked at the number of personnel that is retained in each court, and this includes the JP themselves.
Connie, can you make that one larger?
I'm sorry?
Please. It's too small. I asked her to zoom in. Sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was looking at mine and not the screen. I apologize. You got to scroll up to the top. Yeah,
Thank
there
you.
Go.
Yes. Oops.
Well,
We lost it.
I don't know why we're having this problem. Okay.
You're good.
There it is. And so what I wanted to say is, with respect to JP Court 1-2, Judge Santana's court, there's 4, besides himself, there are 4 employees. I think there's certainly opportunity with respect to JP 1-1 and maybe even JP 2-1. We can absorb at least 2 of those people without any trouble whatsoever in helping with any additional caseload, which would help with them resolving their caseloads and maybe even help them to be able to close more cases on a yearly basis. That would leave us just 2 employees that we could move to other departments. We transfer people here in the courthouse on a regular basis. We find employment for them, so I think it won't be a problem whatsoever in us absorbing the 4 employees. And again, Judge Santana is retiring. It's at the end of next year, in December of next year, so he'll still be here all of next year, which gives us plenty of time to transition from where we are now to how we handle the caseloads on a go-forward basis. The next several slides, I just went through the monetary numbers for each JP court on a year-in, year-out basis based on the 4-year look back that we did. And the first column is the elected official's salary and vehicle allowance. Then you come across and you look at the salaries for all the other employees, what we spend on employee benefits, and all the other expenses associated with each one of those courts. So there is an opportunity here to save some money. And then at the end, it shows the total appropriation for each one, and that there's a slide like that for each one of the courts. And then if you go to the last slide, please. This was some information that Commissioner Gonzalez shared with me, and I think it's a really good statement of how this impacts. If you look at JP 11, if you look at the percentage of caseload that each one of the JPs are carrying, JP 11 is 30% of the total. JP 12 is only 8%. 13 is 6%, and it goes on down. Where JP2, the lowest is again the Alvaduce Court, which is 5%. And that percentage pretty well carries across to the revenue that each court is generating. So that was good information. But that's kind of the short version. We put together a lot of information about this, but I think showing the caseload is the easiest way to compare apples to apples. And again, our county does have some challenges with respect to where a JP office might be located. I know when I was on the court before, we looked at eliminating the court in Alvaduce, and what we found is that the court in Robstown was actually doing a larger caseload but had fewer employees compared to the Alvaduce court. So we moved 2 employees out of the Alvaduce court and moved one of them over to Judge Gonzalez's court, and we moved another one over to, which at that time was Judge Cox, but which became Judge Woolsey's court, to help with those. So there's plenty of opportunity here for us to do that. But, like in the case of Duncan Neblet's court, he serves both the island and Port Aransas. His court is in Port Aransas. So there is some geographic necessity for having someone there and someone out on the far ends of the county and over in Bishop as well. Those courts are located for the convenience and distance that the people would have to drive if they had to come to the courthouse all the time. So anyway, that's.
Can you back up just a second for me?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
I think what many people don't understand, and maybe you need to explain this, is this wasn't done hurriedly or in back rooms. That it got mentioned. We asked the county attorney's opinion on how we do it. I think the urgency is we found out per statute that you have to do it when the seat is open, vacant. Is that correct?
That is correct. You're absolutely correct. We spent I have spent a lot of time working on this. This didn't come up overnight, but our county attorney informed us that if we wanted to do this, we had to do it before the filing deadline.
November the 8th.
Which is
6th.
Is that correct?
6th or 8th. I don't know what day it is.
You just have to be aware that whenever you do it, they're going to have till the end.
You have to talk in the microphone or they're not going to be able to hear you online.
There we
Okay,
go.
yes.
You just have to be aware that whenever you do it during the time period they're going to have till the end of their term, I don't believe it's a legal urgency to do it before the filing deadline.
Okay.
But someone would file and spend money for a
Right.
race that
It
we
is a
would do
kindness.
It's yes.
Yeah, and we were trying to get the word out before that happened.
You can't let them file and then do
Right.
it. Sure, there is a legal. I mean, you can't.
They don't have any property interest in it because they have filed for it.
Well, but if they file and they're on the ballot, then you can't take them
Yeah,
off
you
the
can't
ballot.
run for an office that's not there.
That's not a part of, I don't think that's a part of the advisory. So.
Well, but he's saying that you have to do it before the filing deadline, or they're there for 4 years.
That's not a part of what the county attorney's office
I don't know, but
looked at.
Well, anyway, I think as a matter of convenience, we wouldn't want
To
people
put
going,
someone else there.
you know, number of people. And I will tell you, you know, there was also, Your Honor, the brought up about this being a party issue. I never looked at that from or this whole instance from a party issue. You know, when I was on the city council, there were a number of things that I brought forward where I thought we could cut funding, and one of which was the amount of money that was allocated each year for travel for city council members. I thought was absolutely out of line, because council members are not required, as commissioners are, to obtain educational credits every year. And they had something like $7,000 or $8,000 a year per council member for travel budgets. And I'm proud to say I got that cut to $1,000 before I left. But anyway, you know, there are 5 Republican JPs and 4 Democrats. You know, I will tell you this: the next one that comes up for retirement or whatever may be a Republican, and I just personally don't believe we need 9 JPs for a county of this size and the number of people that we have balanced on each one of these precincts. You know, being balanced when they were created with respect to population. We will still have 2 JPs to represent Precinct 1, one in this courthouse, one at across the street from the Hilltop Center in Calallen. And I think we need to take the opportunity for this next year to look at how we're handling the cases in those, in all of our JP precincts, to make sure that we're doing the most efficient handling of cases and providing whatever is necessary to help those JPs process their cases. And again, that's for the convenience of the people who are utilizing these courts. So that's all I had, in case anybody has, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Can you go back to that slide on the number of cases way back when? I'm just trying to, on the closed cases?
Yes, which slide?
On the current JP that we're looking at.
Okay, it'd be JP 1-2.
I got to make sure I'm seeing this. Okay, hold on. So
that shows all.
That's the number.
Keep going back.
Keep going back. Now.
So that's the number of cases closed in an entire year?
Yes, sir.
Which,
that's according to our Odyssey software that they utilize for their case management. You know, one of the things we found back when I was on the Commissioner's Court before, and we switched from, and I can't remember the name of the old software, but we switched all the JP courts over to the new Odyssey software. We had literally thousands of cases that had not been closed, but we found that they were never going to be closed because of the time period that had expired with respect to, you know, how old the cases were. So we had to go back, and when we did the upgrade, we expunged the vast majority of those cases. They just did a bulk dismissal of all of them to catch them up. But these are the ones, and that's why I used this number, because it was apples to apples across all of the courts. But this reflects the number of cases that they have closed for that period of time.
so my quick math, based on 365 days a year, 12 months a year, 20 working days a month, means that this court's closing 7 files a day, which is, I mean, I can't imagine that another court couldn't absorb that. That's not a lot. I'm surprised to see I don't know what the discrepancy is between 2 courts that are right next door to each other, why one has 1,600 and one's got almost 6,000. So I don't really know why that's happening, or I don't know. I guess I don't really know how JP filings work.
Well,
if you just walk into that court, or what you do.
And they file anywhere, or it has to be
Yeah, I
right
think you
there?
can file anywhere, but I don't really
they have to.
understand what the situation is, and it certainly would give a lot of lead time to wind that court down. And I want to tell you what I found when I went into Court 5. I found exactly what you're talking about, Commissioner, which is there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of files in that court that hadn't been addressed with a drop docket. And I started having a bunch of drop dockets and got rid of, and there were files that were still, quote, open, but had never been finished or never been, anything had been done on them. And I got those out of there. So it would be curious to know, how many of those files, that are like that in the JP courts now, and I don't know, maybe there's statutory that they can't. I don't know, but it's a JP court.
Yeah, the Odyssey lists in the software, it does list cases that are not closed, and I would venture to say we probably ought to on at least a yearly basis. I'm sorry. On a yearly basis, that we look at going into each JP court and looking at those to see if they're ever going to be possibly cleared, and if not, doing as you said, a drop docket on them. There's no sense in carrying them if we don't think that there's any chance that they're ever going to close. Witnesses disappear, people move away, whatever happens, and in JP courts, as we found, the ability to try to prosecute those and the revenue that you would generate from that, or the convenience that you would generate from that, was not worth the time and money and effort.
I think the word there would also be encourage them. They would be elected officials. We don't go in and tell them to. Yeah.
And I think the one point earlier that Judge Canales made about the delta only being 100,000, I don't think that was completely accurate, because these cases won't go away. They're going to go somewhere else. So I do think there's going to be more significant cost savings than she articulated, because the cases will go somewhere else. The courts will be able to absorb them, especially with the low count that there is here. I mean, you could literally shift every one of these cases out to Judge Rubio's court, and according to what Judge Benavides does, and he's closing 6,000 a year, and she's closing 1,300 a year. You could literally shift these out to one other court and take it all on, I would think, with what's there, because of what Judge Woolsey and Judge Benavides are doing with the numbers that they're clearing. So I think the delta would be a lot higher. I think there's going to be a great savings to the taxpayers in doing this, and I don't think it'll inconvenience anyone, because it's in the same courthouse. I mean, we're not like shutting down a location that'll never be used again. Judge Benavides' court would continue to operate in the same spot. So,
well, I think we also need to investigate if Judge Rubio has found the magic bullet of being able to do a number of these cases via Zoom meetings. We could, possibly use that in our other courts, not only in Judge Benavides' court, but maybe over in Judge Woolsey's court, to help improve the convenience to the people here in this county, and how they have to, if they don't have to come to the courthouse, or they don't have to go to one of the other JP courts, and they can resolve their issues via an online meeting, then that's how we ought to do it. One of the things that I haven't had a chance to investigate, I know at one time, and Commissioner Gonzalez, you may know more about this than I do, I thought we had a contract with CCISD to process their truancy cases. Is that correct? Or did we just do it because we did it?
No, there's no contract. It's just JPs are responsible for processing truancy cases. Okay. Most of the JPs will not process truancy cases for whatever reason, but except for Judge Santana and Judge Rodriguez. They're the only two that I know that actually are processing truancy. Some might be doing a few of them, but the bulk of it is going to Rodriguez and Santana.
Yeah. Yeah, I did notice that there were, in a couple of instances, there was a couple of the JPs that were doing a large number of truancy cases. So that's something we may need to look at.
And you have to take one thing in mind: when you do truancy cases, almost twice as much time to do your truancy cases than other cases.
And I can't remember. I know Judge Rodriguez does a lot of those. Does Judge Benavides do a lot of? Or
Judge Santana and Judge Rodriguez both.
Yeah. Maybe Judge I know she does a lot of them, because I just actually had to affiliate her with London, because they were looking for someone to do it, and she was willing to do those. So
I've got the numbers here just to kind of run through it real quickly, and JP 11, their 16% of JP 11 cases were debt claims, 48% were failure to attend school, and 52% were traffic. Let's see, in JP Court 1-2, those numbers I gave you were just for the current year. Current year on JP 1-2 was 6% for debt claim, 14% were for failure to attend school, and 33% for traffic. And from year to year, those change, but the failure to attend school for JP 1-2 was always close to 15%. Let's see, in JP 1-3, the failure to attend school was the lower of the percentage. That court was primarily traffic, 62 to 63%. JP 2-1, same thing. The traffic cases were always over 50%. Hot checks were probably an average of 10%, and the debt claim was the balance of the rest. JP 2-2 caseload was 47%. Hot checks, that was in that particular precinct, that's the majority of the cases in all 4 years. And then failure to attend school was second, traffic was third. JP 3 caseload, traffic was 80%, almost across the board. Failure to appear was almost 10%, probably around 9% average. And then there were some, I don't know what this is, violate to appear, or failure to appear, I'm sorry. JP case 4, traffic was about 45% across the board for all 4 years. And then they handle quite a bit of parks and wildlife business, so about 16 to 17% was parks and wildlife, and then about an average of about 10%, 11% on penal code violations. So that's JP4 is of course Duncan Nebula's court on the island and Port Aransas, so I'm sure that's the reason why they handle a lot of parks and wildlife, a lot of fishing, hunting type things going on there. JP 5-1, over 70% of his were traffic, and OCA was about 13 to 14%. And 5-2, traffic is in all years was over 70% of their cases handled. Well, that's kind of the rough averages across the board.
I know this kind of took me by surprise when you brought it up during budget and everything else, but I know someone else mentioned this morning about the population and stuff, but I did a quick search yesterday, and Nueces County having less than 350,000 people, we have 9 JP courts. Hidalgo County has 3 times the amount of people we have, and 5 JP courts. Travis County has 1.3 million. They have 5 JP courts. Tarrant County, Fort Worth has 2 million people, has 8. Bexar County has 2 million, and they have 4. El Paso has 3 times our amount, and they have 8 JP courts. And in light of your comparison, what you just said, Commissioner Chesney, if this one court were to close and the average caseload is 7 cases cleared per day, I don't now, with this kind of information, see that it's going to be overburdensome for any of our courts. And I think in this next year coming up that we maybe take a deeper dive. There may be some things that we need to do in the future, like you were talking, Commissioner Pesley, with the next court, the next person that retires. There may be a lot of cases sitting there that, we need to encourage those elected officials to clear off their docket too. So I was kind of shocked. It wasn't where I thought I was going to be going on this one, but I don't, in light of the facts and the information that's been brought to us today, I see it in a different light. So is that your motion, Commissioner Pusley, then, or do we have any other discussion?
I would like to make a motion that we approve moving forward with, I don't like the word abolish, but close the JP Court 1-2 after the current term of Judge Santana is completed.
At the end of 26.
At the end of December 31st of 2026.
Do we have discussion, or do I?
Yeah.
Second. Further discussion.
For discussion, go ahead. That's what. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner. You were
No, go
first.
ahead.
Commissioner Modis, you. Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll wait. I'll wait for. I want to go last.
You're going to bring it home. There you go.
For the first
There you
time.
go. You're going to bring it home. I got you. I'll set it up. You spike it. Look, I don't doubt the sincerity of Commissioner Pusley on this. I don't. I don't think this is DNR. I honestly do not. And I've tried to tell that to everyone I've spoken to. This is about trying to be efficient, and I agree. I've been advocating for this for years now, that we have probably too many JPs in our county. Now, geographically, we're not as simple as a lot of the counties that Judge Scott just mentioned, because those are squares or circles, so you can easily kind of cut in half or bifurcate in a way that you're going to get pretty much an even split. Port A really does a number on us because it's so far out, and you either take a ferry or you take the lone highway to get up there to get there. So I get that that's kind of far removed. So maybe one day eventually Nueces County does get to 5, right? We do a simple split for the mainland, and then the island has its own. And so I also get the argument that it's probably not good policy to do this when somebody's in office, or can we even legally do it when someone's in office, right? You can only do it when there is an acknowledged retirement that is coming up. So I agree, check off on those. Yes, totally in line with those. So I'm for efficiency. I believe in keeping our budget as minimal as possible, and that there's a better way to do this. And so we have to start somewhere. Right, and so I think that's maybe where we're at, because Judge Santana is the first to kind of acknowledge that he is not going to seek a term after next year's election. He's not going to run again. My concern is that this is a lot of data, and every day we got more and more. And I appreciate Commissioner Pusley and the other commissioners and staff who have been, it seems like every day we're getting a new sheet or a new packet of information. I wish that this information would have been available to the public in the packet on Friday. And I know sometimes we just run out of time frames, and not all of it was, but hopefully it was a start. I understand even also the numbers, right? The case numbers. And if we could get back to the slide, if we can't, it's not a big deal. I wrote down 2 numbers to me. So one was Precinct 1, Place 2, which is the court that we're talking about possibly closing at the end of the elected term.
You want to bring the deal back?
No, that's fine. That number 1671, case is closed. Right, I think that was what the chart was.
It is.
And then there was another precinct, and I don't want to get into calling out JPs because they have what they have, right? And if you have the chance, if you haven't already, go to the county clerk's website, to her link on the Nueces County website, and you can find a map, a pretty good map. Probably the best we have. It doesn't. I don't think it blows up where you can zoom in, but at least it gives you a good idea of some of the geographic area that's covered. Now, this court, or our predecessors, haven't touched this map in 20 years, right? At least 20 years. So I think that's an issue, right? I think that's a big issue. We should have done this a while back. Back in 2021, when we were drawing the lines for Commissioners Court, because of course we have to do it every 10 years after the census, so we do it the year after the census has been concluded. So we did ours in 2021. By November of 2021, the prior court voted on the new boundaries. I even brought up, what about constables and JPs? There was no word, no actions, no motions, so we just proceeded. So, in essence, we've allowed for 20 years to go by without looking at this, right? And I would say not looking at this, but looking at trying to be more geographically responsible with this. Populations shift. I think that's why you see a big concentration of numbers in cases closed in Judge Woosley. She has a blowing up the south side of Corpus Christi and center part of Corpus Christi, where there's a lot of population growth, and even into the Flower Bluff area. We know that's where all our population is mainly centered around. Precinct 1 has a very large geographic area and still has a pretty good chunk of population between Cal Allen and Corpus Christi, main part of it. My concern is that, you know, we have at least the one. I looked at the lowest number of cases closed, right? And cases closed per hour, because I just went 2,080 hours a work year. Is that right to our finance people? That's right. 2080, because I remember that number. So I started doing the math. So cases closed, roughly 1/2 case closed an hour for our smallest JP precinct. But yet that's not part of the discussion today. Now that court is not being, as far as we know, that court is not, that judge has not declared whether or not that they will seek election or not. But that's a number. That's a number we need to consider. I'm for a comprehensive study. I'm for a comprehensive look at all the precincts and doing them all so we can create a plan. So as we plan out and assuming eventually someone will retire, then how do we maneuver? How do we readjust? It's tough to do it that way, and if that's the only way, I don't know how we ever get down to 8. Maybe someone will throw a motion and give us that opportunity to plan for the future. Because if the motion as it exists passes, then all we've done today, if we don't amend it, is just talked about the future, but we have no commitment. Then it does become a DRR issue. I don't think that it is. I personally don't. I'll probably hear about it, but I don't. But if we do say that, then we need to identify what are the next courts, or that whoever that next court is, right? Maybe we don't identify a number because we don't know, but the next court, that we eliminate their position, right? But we also need to consider how do we restructure these boundaries, because these boundaries do need to move. They need to be more responsive to the changes in the population shifts. And by the way, we're getting more rural out in Bishop and in Driscoll and out towards Tierra Verde, Tierra Grande, those areas, Banquetti, Agualusa, Blunster, those areas are really kind of growing. They're kind of blowing up with subdivisions. So it's not all just Corpus Christi. But my thing is that we got to look at the bigger picture. So how do we plan for that? That's all I'm asking, is for us to consider in a motion or amendment to the motion is, do we plan for the next one? Because this is a lot to handle and take on. I mean, this is, let me show the public. This is one packet, not a full ream, but maybe about a half, third at least, of a ream of paper for one packet that I got. And then we've got another individual sheets, and the one that we just saw with all the great charts. I don't know if I got that or not, but I don't have that one printed up. But the thing is this is a lot of data to digest. And so I get that we met the legal requirement with the public hearing, but the public, we owe it to them to get this data early and not day of. And also to give the judge a chance, or the court, or a designee of the court, or maybe someone from administration, to go and talk to all our JPs and say, how's this going to work? We know typically that the JP cases, if you get assigned in a JP, you can go to a certain JP. Other cases, you can go wherever you can find a JP. It just depends, right? I think if you get a citation in one JP precinct, you can't go to another. I think that stays there.
No, only the elections.
So the evictions have to stay.
Evictions have to stay.
Everything else can move around?
Everything else can
Everything
go
go
anywhere?
anywhere they want.
Wow.
Okay, so I know some of that was assigned to court.
Why do
but
they have to stay?
Indeed, because by law, the evictions are to be heard by the JP in that precinct.
Okay, so I knew it was one of those. I knew there was some stipulation to where you're required.
They have
Also-
to stay in the precinct where they're filed.
Evictions only.
That's what he said, evictions only.
If you, the apartment or the house is in that precinct, they have to be filed
I
with
thought
that
it was
judge.
citations too, because I have a friend who got a citation recently. and have to go to a particular court. But anyway, the issue is that we know that there are certain cases that have to be assigned to certain precincts. We know that truancy has been designated to certain JPs, certain that's their passion. We know all judges kind of have certain passions. There's drug courts, there's family court, there's all kinds of different courts that we have now that are specialized even on the JP level. So my thing is that there's just a lot to work through in a short period of time. And I get it. We have been, if you told me I was sworn in this year on January 1, I would say no way. But yes, it was only this year that I got sworn into my new term. This year's gone by fast. It's been a long year at the same time. So it's a lot that we've had as a court. I wish that we would have started this a lot earlier and looked at this and let the public know earlier, because this is a big deal. And some people might not notice. They'll just keep going about their day and never notice. My worry is about our staff. My worry is about the influx of cases for our judges. Can they handle it? Should they handle it? Yes. But are we giving them a responsibility, a mandate that some weighed in on their thoughts today, and I'm glad that they did. Others haven't, but I think that this is going to impact all of our remaining JPs, depending on how that vote goes. So to me, there's a lot of issues here today. My biggest one is that we're short on time, and this is a big decision to make on such a short turnaround, and that's how I feel about it. So I don't know how our vote will turn out. Even if we get 2 extra weeks, I still don't know if that's enough time to look through all of this. Budget-wise, we have a year to plan because it won't even be until the next budget cycle. So that does help, because I have been asked about that. It has nothing to do with this year's budget. This year's budget is funded. That this court will still be in existence by September 30th of 2026. Then next year we'll look at maybe a 3-month budget, and then that's it if this passes. But like I said, this is a lot. I like the concept. I wish we would have done a comprehensive plan for all of the JPs so that we can have a better spread, a better representation, so that some of those peaks and valleys that we saw are a little bit more spread out as far as caseloads and how they're distributed. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe you're up, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Commissioner Chesney, do you have anything to say?
He's already spoke.
Go ahead.
Anyway, I just echo some of the stuff that Commissioner Amati said, but I heard the comments today, and I really knew some of the people that were here. I think we talked about this very briefly, one time. Not even a discussion in court. It was just a talk that was brought up. Then the following week, they asked for the county attorney's opinion on something, and then now here we are trying to take a vote. So I think, in all fairness to the people, they should deserve more time. They should be we should have had at least a couple of years or a workshop on how to do this, where to go. So we went from A to Z real quick in a week, instead of what happened to B to Y. We didn't even discuss that, what's going to happen and how can it happen and why not. And, what do we look at? Who do we compare? Apples to apples, apples to oranges, or whatever, because every court is different. Every court is different. Every single court is different. When I look at the resolution, it says on the various findings. To me, if I do a resolution, I'm going to put findings in the resolution because that's going to back up my resolution of what findings I have. So if I don't have any findings in the resolution, I'm only going by just perceptions of what other counties did, where we mentioned that a position is not required. We know none of these positions are required, but we have them. That we saw the map there where it showed precinct 1. It might be a small precinct 1, but precinct 1 is pretty long and pretty wide. You go from North Beach all the way into the middle of town, to Calallen, to Annaville, to Clarkwood. That's a big area. And one time, that JP was in Calallen, and for some reason it was moved to Annaville to serve that area. And now you got other areas around it that are growing in the rural areas. London is growing like wildfire, So I think that I think we should, in my opinion, we should slow down and say, hey, what else is out there? And I hear Commissioner Posley, I know it's not something that he's trying to do deliberately to, and I know his intentions, and I agree with some of the things he said, and I don't agree with some of the things he said. I don't think it's very much savings to the county. I don't think it's hardly any savings to the county, because what are you going to do with the staff? You're going to get rid of the staff? We talked about a while ago about putting staff somewhere else, so we're not saving money there. If you're going to put them somewhere else, you're still going to pay them. So you're using one JP, is that a big savings? Of course not. That's not a savings. It's one JP. And people say we have two here. Well, two here at the courthouse. They call it the hub. This is the hub. People come do business at the courthouse. And it's easier to file here because they're going to take care of the record. They're going to go to district clerk. Everything else they got to do is very simple to do what they're going to do here in this court, right? So that's why they have the hub. It's here. They come file downstairs. There's 1-1 and 1-2. So that's just something where they have to go. So this is why most of the cases are in this court here. Now we're to say let's close 1-2 and move everything up to 1-1. Now you're doubling the case on a 1-1. So what's 1-1 going to do? So you're going to transfer the staff to 1-1? How many staff you're going to transfer to 1-1 to help them process those cases? So because now people are going to really wait before the case comes up to court. And what I mentioned a while ago, Commissioner Pussy was talking about traffic. That most of the courts, the revenues, the main revenue the courts bring in is traffic. That's your moneymaker, your traffic. When you say some of the courts do 45%, 55%, 60%, that's traffic. And you can do 200 cases, 200 traffic in 1 week, but you can only do maybe 5 civil in 1 week. Because civil takes time, or it takes a jury, takes more, or claims, small claims. Evictions, you got to do evictions where they file the evictions in that precinct. You can't go to another precinct. Sometimes, of course, this is why DPS go sometimes. They shop around for a judge. They want a judge to take care of the cases because they want the cases processed. Sometimes the judges are not fast enough. Sometimes they are. But for us to go and tell the judge how to run his court, it's just like anything else. They're judges, just like county court, district court. You can't tell them how to run their court. They run their court. So we're not here to tell a judge like we can't tell the constable how to run his office. James is running this. If it's not disposing enough cases, then we can talk to him. But what are you going to do if you don't want to dispose those cases? You can't do anything to it. He runs that court. He controls that court. So I consider JP just as in the level as the county courts are, that saying, hey, you know what? This is my court. You need to help me. Give me what I need to run my court. So this is part of the things that we need to look at. And the data, that Commissioner Foster was talking about a while ago, maybe we got different data, but I got different numbers than he had. So, and it says here, generally speaking, the court has been very consistent in holding that Commissioner's Court may create, abolish, or change justice precincts without proof of necessary to so long as it is not arbitrary and is generally for the convenience of the people. Well, this is not a convenience for the people. This is an inconvenience for the people. So now you take this court away, you're going to be inconvenience to the people. So but and if you look at the cases, when we're reading the cases, the courts are the lowest in cases. The ones that I looked up, and I have the same mistake Commissioner Amanis had, because I was trying to put all this data together, but it's a lot of data. But I got this from the county auditor's office, to show me how many cases, who's closed, what, and, how many cases are pending, how many cases are open. So to me, JP 1-1 got 16 cases that were closed. And he's the highest in closing the cases. 1-2 has 5,000 cases closed. 1-3 has 4,000. 2-1 has 19,000. And again, that's where you said traffic comes in. 2-2 is 10,000. 3 is 7,000. 4 is 4,000. 5-1 is 5,000. And 5-2 is almost like 2,000. So most of the courts are not
Those open cases?
no closed cases. Closed cases. Most of the courts that are actually, if I compare to apples to apple, I can't because apples to oranges, because most of the courts in our areas are the ones, the lowest courts that they're actually closing cases. They're actually moving cases. So it's not, if you want to, and I agree, maybe we should consolidate. Maybe we should. But I think we're just moving too fast on this one right now. We just go back and say, wait, let's see what we can do. And maybe precinct 4 is way. But if he's only doing 5,000 cases a year, well, why not bring him in? 5,000 cases, bring him into Rodriguez. I mean, how far can be from Rodriguez? No further than here to Cal Island. It's not. It's not. The travel is not that much difference. So, no, I think the only thing here is, I think the people deserve a chance to say, hey, okay, let me see what you got. Let me see the data. I think there's a lot of data here that we hadn't even looked at, But I think that when you get down and look at it, I think that you're going to see that probably the top courts here is 1-2, 1-1, 1-2, 1, and 2-1 and 2-2. Those are the top courts, right? The other courts, maybe you can move around and consolidate, whatever you want to do. But it's not the time to do that. What if Justin Thunder decides to run? Yeah, I haven't seen that there. He said he's going to retire, And I asked him if he got a letter.
I'm going to go to the back.
Asked him if he had a letter, because he knows no, not yet. So, I mean, what happens if he doesn't retire?
Judge Benavides, once you finish, would like to speak.
Stop?
Doesn't matter.
Huh?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter? Is that a stop? I mean, so we have to remove it?
He wouldn't. Until the
saying it's
person
not
is elected, they have
required.
no property interest in the position.
We're trying to do it so that we aren't hurting someone and spending money, but she's saying now that it's not required to be an open seat, that we could shut the rest of them
I'm sure,
down.
yeah. That's what I'm
Yes,
saying, yeah.
we just wouldn't consider doing,
Judge,
I
you wanna
hope
say-
we
you
wouldn't
wanna say-
consider doing, yes. He would like to say something to the court if that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
that's
sorry.
okay. I told him when you finished, I
Okay,
was going to
yeah.
let him speak, so, yes.
Real short, sir.
Poquito.
Honorable, yes, sir. Honorable judges and judge and honorable commissioners. Sorry I'm dressed up like this. I just got back from my dental appointment, root canal. But anyway, I'm kind of behind the curveball on this stuff here. And I know Mike Pusley has brought this, Commissioner Pusley has brought this up to the Commissioner's Court. He's the one that created this. And first and foremost, we have to understand that we have to make sure that we cater to our constituents. I hope that, that the Cal Allen courthouse stays here, because what's happening here is that you're pushing, if you bring whoever, if we're going to replace or do away with Judge Santana's courtroom, it's going to create a lot of problems. I'm understaffed as it is. Right now, to this day, we finally got our clerks, but they don't stay very long because they don't get paid very much. And we're overwhelmed. They are overwhelmed. And but they're positive, they're very knowledgeable what they're doing. And we've been, I don't know if it's revenue or if it's property taxes, about eliminating a certain courthouse out in Cal Allen, or maybe Agua Dulce. If you look at those areas there, if you're going to eliminate anything, it would be probably those courtrooms out there. And what I see, I went to Harris County. I got a colleague of mine that has the same issue where they combined the courtroom. So one courtroom, because if this is going to actually happen, we're going to create, everything's going to be stagnant. So what we need, if this occurs, and if y'all go on a voting process here, this colleague of mine from Harris County created one courtroom. He is totally designed as the one we have downstairs. And one courtroom, he designed it as a civil, and the other one as criminal. I do very little truancy now, but I do a lot of juvenile offenses all over Nueces County. On Tuesdays and Thursday mornings, downstairs is packed with juveniles and their parents. So I couldn't do everything from truancy and juvenile offenses. There was no way. It's just too much for the clerks. And we had 2 clerks back then. And it's just doesn't make sense. I say to address our constituents that we need that courtroom out there in Cal Allen. And if we keep this one here, it would be pretty much a balance, just like it is now. I know we take the gist of all the cases. For what reasons, I don't know, but we have a lot of cases, thousands. And I'm always pushing Lorraine, my court manager, to do better, to push harder, and it's tough. And I see it also. I see the picture that we don't have the clerks. They don't get paid. We hired 3 clerks, past 8 months. They quit. There's no way they're going to see all that work, and for what they get paid, it's terrible. So I just hope that you all make the right decisions, commissioners and honorable judge, that we try to look at it, to get all the numbers together and see who exactly. I don't know if you all are looking at how much revenue is brought into the county, or eliminating courtrooms for what reasons. I don't know. I don't understand that. I think that where we're at right now is pretty good, because it kind of pushes a lot of the cases over to my next door colleague, Judge Santana. But not having that courtroom, I mean, that's up to you all. It makes it less of an impact on us, on the workload. But we do take a lot of cases, and I'm pretty sure you all see that. And it's, I'm just saying that I hope we make the right decisions as a body, and do what's right for the constituents, and make sure that we have courtrooms that are accessible to our constituents. I look at always, I will do it. How many cases they have? And if we're talking about having one JP courtroom, Lawrence out in Bishop, he's the only judge out there. I do believe that the proximity of Awaduce and Robstown, they're so close together that you could probably have one JP there, maybe. And and you have Niblett that's out there with Port A. Why don't you consolidate that? If you're all looking at so many JPs that we have here, start consolidating everyone, if that's the case. But there's many ways we could save money, and we have to look at those outside courtrooms. That's the. I'm talking like this because of my tooth, my root canal. But anyway, I hope y'all consider that. It's just it's a basic common sense approach where you look at everything. And if you want the 4 JPs, the 5 JPs, the 6 JP courthouses, it could be done. But I think what we have right now, because this went too fast, and a lot of the numbers aren't out there.
I think that's for future discussion. None of that
Yes,
is
ma'am.
being discussed today.
Okay,
So
ma'am.
thankfully, that would be for future study and planning for
Yes, ma'am.
sure. But it is definitely something that we need to, as you said, need to look at all of the JP courts. Yes.
Well,
Thank you,
thank
County
you,
Judge.
And you mentioned 5.2, so they've closed 2,000 cases, about 2,500,
Yeah.
which is pretty low. But
Yeah.
but anyway, you finished? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I'm done. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you coming up.
So in closing, Judge, I just want to say I think that my recommendation would be to reset this whole thing and kind of have another hearing and look back and say, I guess give the people an opportunity to soak it in. I think, most of what I heard today is that, hey, you're doing this from one day to the other, and not giving us an opportunity to look at what recommendations they can make, and especially people that want to run for office and don't want to profit. But I think the removal of the court will be an inconvenience to to a lot of people that do business here at the courthouse and other people, and other people too. It's not a savings for sure, in my opinion, and if you look at the stats, and that speaks for itself. I think that we need to look real hard at other areas before we look hard at this one we're talking about. So again, I'm concerned about staff, and where they're going to go, and where we're going to put them. We can say we're going to put them somewhere else, but we've gone through two already where we just get rid of staff, and that's not right. Every time we close a department, we get rid of the staff. They're not even transferred; we just get rid of them. So, but I have to reapply, and that shouldn't be it. I don't think nobody should have to reapply. I think that should just be transferred. So, this is where I stand on this here. I think that again, we're just moving too fast, and I think we should reconsider. Hopefully, tabling this and look at it again in a couple of weeks, if that. But I think it's going to take more than a couple of weeks. So that's my opinion.
Thank you. Commissioner Chesney, did you want to speak? Did I skip over you? Sorry. Or no? Go ahead,
Just
Commissioner.
a couple of clarifications, Your Honor. One of the things, and I mentioned this in the news media, and I want to bring this up again. And Judge, I appreciate your comments, I really do. But all of us here as elected officials, and I don't know if anybody's paying attention, but we better be, because the legislature of this state has a mission, and they're all a bunch of Republicans, and I don't agree with everything that they do. I'll tell you that straight up. But they are on a mission to reduce the amount of property taxes that people pay in this state, period. And what they're doing is sending a message. They have for the last 3 legislative sessions, they have reduced our ability to raise taxes above a certain percentage. It used to be 8%, then they reduced it to 3.5%, and during the special session here just a couple of months ago, there was legislation introduced to reduce that to 1%. And I will guarantee you the next legislative session, that's going to come back. Yes. And Betancourt and those guys who control the finances up there are going to bring that back, and my guess is they'll get it passed. And so that's going to have a tremendous impact on how we do business here in this county. So we've got to start looking at everything we can do to save money and and I don't care how much it is, but discretionary spending is going to be out the door. The message from them is, we want you doing what you're constitutionally required to do. There's nothing in the Constitution that says we have to have Oil Belt Little League Park. There's nothing in the Constitution that says we have to have a pier. They're going after all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And so we have to take that very seriously as we go forward in our budgeting processes. Mm-hmm. One of the things that we also will save us a little money that I learned about just this year is our constables are constitutionally required to service your courts whenever it's necessary for them to do so. So that's another consideration we have to put in
Always
place.
been. It's their number one duty.
It's their number one
constitutional duty.
I think I know that.
And
I get complaints about some that don't.
And with respect to the employees, and Judge, you make a good comment, this gives us an opportunity. We have some experienced employees that are working for Judge Santana, and I'm very well aware of the fact that for the convenience of the people here in this community, we can add staff to wherever we need to. But I think Commissioner Mars brings up a good point in that we can use this next 12 months. We need to make it a priority to plan for what we're going to do with our JP courts. For example, Judge Rubio shared with me that the vast majority of the cases she hears now, she does with Zoom. Well, if you have an overbalance in criminal cases, maybe we move her up here once or twice a week to help you with the cases that you have an overload of. I mean, I think there's a whole number of things that we could look at, and we have 12 months to do that because Judge Santana is going to be here all next year. It gives us the rest of this year and all of next year to make plans, and I'm even willing to include that in my motion if we need to do that. And So what I'd like to do, Judge, is modify my original motion to this, to close the JP Court 2-1 and use the next 12 months to study how we
December
work.
2026. It's JP 1-2.
1-2.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
You said
2-1? I'm
2-1.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for
My,
pointing that out.
my dyslexia kicked in. I apologize. JP Court 1-2, and use the next 12 months to study how we will work to make all our JP courts more efficient and prepare for the possible future court closings or consolidations, all for the benefit of our taxpayers and constituents.
I would amend my second to
That
do
motion.
that.
Is there any other discussion then? Then all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
2 noes, 3 ayes. The motion passes.
Judge, would it be prudent to go ahead and maybe follow up on Commissioner Pusley's motion to form a committee to do that or something so that we actually get going on that? Because
I'd like to work with Judge Gonzalez to do it. I mean, he's got more experience than anybody on this court at JP courts, but that's up to him. It's not like he and I don't have anything to do.
Take that on, Judge Gonzalez. I will appoint you both to that committee then to oversee that, and the both of you.
Just a motion with that? Or?
I'll make the motion to appoint Commissioner Pusley and Commissioner Gonzalez to the committee to review and look at all of our JP courts to see about consolidation or future elimination of any other courts.
And Judge, we'll certainly be getting your input on all the JP.
I think you should get with all the
Oh,
JPs
yeah.
on that. Absolutely. Yes.
They have a committee that meets.
Absolutely. Yes. That's my motion. Did you second, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Now, do we have, I think that's all of our business. Do we have any adjournments in memory?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Do you, Commissioner, if you're ready, Commissioner Gonzalez, you can
They
go
started the
ahead.
hammering just on time.
I know. Commissioner Gonzalez is first.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, no problem.
Dr. David Mark Chapman. Dr. David Mark Chapman, 72, of Corpus Christi, Texas, born on September 27, 1952, in Kansas City, Missouri. To the late Dr. Samuel B. Chapman and graduate Faye Chapman, passed away on August 28, 2025. On June 17, 1972, he married the love of his life, Deborah Ruth Chapman, at Leawood Baptist Church in Leawood, Kansas. Together they shared 53 years of marriage and built a family grounded in faith, devotion, and love. Dr. Chapman graduated from the University of Missouri, Kansas City in 1975 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in chemistry, and in 1979 earned his Doctorate of Dental Surgery degree from the same institution. In 1980, he opened his dental practice in Corpus Christi, where he faithfully served the Cattle Island and surrounding community for more than 40 years. His legacy will continue at the practice he loved so dearly through his son, Brad, and his wonderful staff. Dave was known for his kindness and compassion. He cared deeply for his patients and left a lasting impression on everyone who knew him. He is survived by his loving wife, Deborah, his sons, Brad Chapman, married to Elisa, and Blake Chapman and Christy, 6 cherished grandchildren, McKenna, Case, Logan, Luke, Reagan, and Kinsley, and his nephew, Nathan Bythe. His family will remember him as a gentle soul whose presence brought warmth, comfort, and unconditional love. He was a longtime member at the First Baptist Church and was blessed to make many friends that were like family throughout the many years that he and Deborah were involved in our Bible study classes. The doctor will be missed by his family, friends, and all his church-going friends. So he'll be remembering the family. My condolences and prayers go out to the family.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Pusley, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor. And this one is close to home and difficult. Alexandra Page Tegler, who was born on October 24th of 1999, passed away on September 26th of this year at the age of 26. Is with deep sorrow and abiding faith, we announced that Page passed away on September 26th after a courageous and grace-filled battle with cancer. Though her time with us was short, her life was a radiant testimony of strength, joy, and unwavering trust in God. Page was born in Corpus Christi on October 24th of 1999 to Curtis and Sandy Tegler. From a young age, she was drawn to the outdoors and had a deep love for animals. She found her calling in 4-H and FFA communities where her passion for livestock, especially cattle, truly blossomed. Her curiosity and dedication led her to want to understand everything about them, quite literally inside and out. After graduating from high school, Page attended Texas Tech University, where she majored in meat science. She truly thrived there and was embraced by a community of professors and peers who nurtured her growth. She blossomed from a shy girl into a confident, accomplished young woman. Page went on to earn her master's degree at Texas Tech, where her research was published, an achievement she was humbly celebrated and proud of. She was then accepted into the PhD program at Kansas State University, where she began researching the alpha-gal syndrome. Even when her illness forced her to be home for treatment, she never complained. Instead, she faced her diagnosis with resolve, grace, and a steadfast faith in God that never wavered. Paige had a gift for connecting with people. She loved talking on the phone with her friends and family and always bringing joy and comfort to those on the other end. Her warmth made others feel safe to open up, and she listened with genuine care. She loved the outdoors, hunting, and helping raise cattle on the family ranch. Paige is survived by her loving parents, Curtis and Sandy Tegler, her beloved sister, Haley, her grandmothers, Diana Turner and Kitty Rolfe, and Christine Tegler, and a number of other family members, cousins, and extended family. So it was with our sincere condolences to Paige's family and friends. Thank you.
Yes, our condolences. Do you have one? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am. I have three, Judge. The first one is David Balshwheeler. Great sadness that announced the passing of David Balshwheeler, who passed away peacefully on Monday, September 29, 2025, at the age of 76. He is survived by his wife of 53 years, his Marianne, his children, Amy, Julie, grandchildren Jordan, Justin, Emily, and Zoe. David graduated from Corpus Christi Academy in 1967 and went on to earn his BA degree in St. Mary's University in 74. He went on to teach and coach at Hamlin Junior High, where he was my 7th grade junior high basketball coach, King High School, and Baker Middle School. He was a dedicated teacher and coach who touched the lives of countless students and athletes. He will remember through his great detailed stories, conversations, the love for his family, his dedication to his faith, and his devoted passion for the game of baseball. He was especially known for his outgoing personality, as he made sure he did not ever know a stranger. His greatest accomplishment, besides his children, were pitching 2 perfect games, one at Corpus Christi Academy and one at St. Mary's University, along with pitching a no-hitter against the University of Texas. After retiring, his dream job was ushering for the Corpus Christi Hooks. He could watch the game he loved while also teaching others about the game. We extend our condolences to the Balshwheeler family on the passing of David Balshwheeler, Coach B, as we called him. Jesus Jesse Reyna of Corpus Christi passed away on October 5th, 2025, after a courageous battle with Parkinson's. He was in the Marine Corps in the United States. I'm sorry, read that right. He proudly served in the United States Marine Corps and the United States Army from 1970 to 78. He married the love of his life adore Lisa, and they lived together in Corpus Christi, Texas, raising their only daughter, Lisa. Jesse worked for the United States Postal Service for 30 years. He was an avid sports enthusiast. He cheered on the Miller Bucks and always said, once a buck, always a buck. His Saturdays were always spent watching college football, and Sundays were designated as church first and Dallas Cowboys next. As a proud grandpa, he cheered on the London Pirates to many victories. If his grandkids had a game or event, he was guaranteed to be there. He was a devoted parishioner of Our Lady of Guadalupe Catholic Church in Corpus Christi, where he served as a Eucharistic minister, homebound minister, member of the Knights of Columbus, and Society of Our Lady of Guadalupe. He was a member of the Cursillo Movement, number 227, and Journey to Damascus, number 151. He leaves behind a legacy of unwavering faith and trust in God. We extend our extreme condolences for Jesus Jesse Reyna. And the last one is someone that I think we all probably knew, Ronaldo Ray Madrigal, age 83, a resident of Corpus Christi, Texas, passed away peacefully at 4:55 on Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025, in Corpus Christi, surrounded by his loving family. Born on June 21 of 1942 in Runge, Texas, Ray lived a life marked by service, dedication, and an unwavering passion for his community. He proudly served in the U.S. Army during the Vietnam era, where he developed a love for photography through classes he took while enlisted. This passion led him to establish Ray's photography studio, where he became widely known for capturing the most cherished moments of weddings, quinceañeras, and family portraits. His keen eye and artistic touch left a lasting impression on generations of families across Corpus Christi and beyond. We extend our extreme condolences and sincere condolences to the family of Ray Madrigal. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have anything, Commissioner Modis? I have one. Anastasia Anna Marie Robbie. She was born February 17th, 2003, and passed away September 22nd, 2025. It is with deep sorrow that we announce the passing of our beloved Anastasia, who left us far too soon at the age of 22. Anna, as they call her, was a radiant soul who embraced life with joy, laughter, and a free spirit. She cherished time with her family and devoted herself wholeheartedly to her baby girl, Nisi, who was truly the center of her world. She will be lovingly remembered by her daughter, Nisi, her mother, Lisa Garcia, her stepfathers, Eloy Estrada, Michael Herrera, her sisters, Sophia, Jaden, and Elena, her grandmother, Lisa Ward, who works in our Public Works Department here at the county, her Uncle Joe Ward, and Aunt Benita Ward, her boyfriend, Ismail Coleman, and a host of aunts, uncles, cousins, and friends who will forever hold her close in their hearts. Anna loved music, laughter, and adventure. Her vibrant spirit could light up any room. She had a gift for bringing joy to others, a passion for helping those in need, and a carefree heart that created lasting memories with all those who knew her. Though her journey was far too short, extremely short, the love she gave and the light she carried will never be forgotten. Her spirit will live on through her daughter, her family, and the many lives she touched. Anna will be deeply missed and forever cherished. The visitation was last week, Thursday, October the 2nd, and the memory sharing ceremony was the same. But the comment at the last is, those that we love don't go away. They walk beside us every day, unseen, unheard, but always near. Still loved, still missed, and forever dear. Our thoughts and prayers go out to Miss Ward and her family, all of them, her granddaughter passing, yes. If there are no others, I would accept a motion to adjourn today. A motion and a second. It is 4:12. All those in favor say aye. Aye.